Well, we're here at semi-final night. It is the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. Oh, we started 11 nights ago in terms of the games that we played. 71 males, 33 females across 6 locations right here in beautiful Barbados. And it's led us now to the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. And we're down now to the top 4. The best 4 males and the best 4 females are here to contest for that grand prize of $20,000. Oh, what a pot that will be to take home come finals night on the 22nd of September. But to get there, they must start here. You have to go through the fire, they say, to get to the sunshine. Oh, we're getting ready very soon for the action. My name is Joel Manning. A pleasure to be here alongside you guys. And I've got John Chandler as well with me. John, how are you feeling to be at semi-finals night now?
Oh, there has been yet another year of exciting tennis here in Barbados. I had a very good feeling and good air, good vibe. We certainly have some very exciting tennis in our way this evening with some very quality matchups. We are seeing in the ladies, we have Kim Holden, number 2 seed. She'll be coming up against MAUDLYN, the number 3 seed. And in we have Sheldene Warren, the number 1, coming up against Sheldene Smith, the number 4. And in the men, we have DARIO Hinds, he's the number 3 seed. Curtis Hinds, unseeded, made it all the way to the semi-finals here this evening. And we also have Mark Griffith, the number 1. And this is going to be the showstopper, as Mark Griffith, the number 1, comes up against Anton, exciting little man Daniel, the number 4 seed.
Talking a little bit about this year's competition, and I know that you guys have been there night after night watching the action. What have you made of this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open?
I will say that the quality of tennis continues to improve. Again, a lot. We saw improvement over 2023. In 2024, especially from the round 16, we have some really large crowds coming out.
Welcome everyone to semi-final night. Oh, what a journey it has been to get to this stage in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. The best 4 women and the best 4 men will be on show tonight, all hoping to find themselves back here with a date on September 22nd for that grand prize of $20,000. Who will it be? Oh, that's off into the future, but let's talk about tonight. We're looking at the first matchup tonight being Sheldene Warren, the defending champion, and she'll be taking on Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith in blue, and Sheldene Warren in the red. I've got John Wick alongside of me. John, how are you feeling tonight?
Oh, I'm feeling really good and excited about the tennis that we're anticipating here this evening. We have 2 very good players on court vying for a position to advance to the finals. For our viewers in the blue top, we have Rachel Smith, and in the red shirt, we have Sheldene Warren. Both players have attacking and defensive style of tennis, so we're going to see a mixture of players here this evening to see who can probably outfox each other. Even score, 1-0, serving to 1, yet early days. Rachel Smith, just 36 years old, and started playing road tennis from the age of 9. Oh, very good shot by Warren. Opportunity was there for the take-in. Very good attack. She will now serve at 3, serving to 1.
Just talk to me a bit about his style of Sheldene Waldron as a player? You know, how she go about her tennis?
Oh, Sheldene Warren is the type of player who uses, she's known for her serve. She's a very balanced player. She can go on the attack and aggressively so at times. She has very good defensive tennis, and I'm quite sure as this game progresses, you're going to see a Sheldene who can explore every now and then in her shot selection. But she's no stranger to this type of environment. She was crowned queen in 2016 when she won a car. She's a very experienced player indeed, very rounded. 2-5 already. Warren building a comfortable lead. Let's see if Smith can improve here in this game, first half of game number 1. 3 now serving to 5. That was an easy put away for Smith. 4 now serving to 5. Smith this evening being coached by her dad in Alfred Smith, aka the Abbot. And in Sheldene Warren's chair, the number 1, we have Jason Small, known as Yank.
And talking about the approach at the moment, obviously favorite at the moment coming into this will be Sheldene Waldron. How does Rachel Smith look to, I guess, counter that approach of Sheldene Waldron?
It's important that Rachel gets into her rhythm as quickly as she can. Sheldene, oh, what a shot already by Sheldene. Once she gets that confidence level up and she starts in that kind of momentum, this could be a extra challenging task here this evening for Smith. So Smith needs to be positive and be ready for any opportunity that comes her way. Very good serve again by Warren. Warren already uses her serves well. Center court on that occasion. Oh, looking for a bit much on that last shot. Looking to put that one through the back arm. And that one going beyond the line. And the measured court of a 21 by 10 court for our viewers. The 9 will now serve to 5. But that ball kissing the net and deceiving Smith to some degree. And she will now serve about 5 serving to 10. In a sport of road tennis, a player has 5 serves. Let's see if Smith can use her 5 serves to close this gap as quickly as possible.
You saw me about to ask you that particular question because I know that even though road tennis, yes, is growing in popularity here in Barbados, there are several who still are trying to come to grips with the rules, you know, the service changes, all that kind of stuff. So hey, you're in my brain at the moment.
Well, this is a good serve start here by Smith. 2 out of 2 so far. Oh, I'm defeated by the flight of that ball. Overhitting that one. 7 now serve to 11. A small crowd. Looking for a bigger crowd in a short while. In the men game, we tend to see the crowd growing rather quickly. 8 now serving to 11. Good work here by Smith. Can she get this 9th point to stay relevant in game number 1? Oh, what a play by the ladies. Opportunity Smith had and opted to, rather than use power, she just replaced the ball and gave her opponent in Warren the opportunity to go on the attack. I'm quite sure that on reflection, she certainly won't want to do too much of those kind of stroke plays.
Yeah, it's true. There's something else I want to talk about here as the players get a bit of a breather at the moment. We're into the Wilde Gymnasium now, and it's a change of conditions for these players. A couple of the venues, or rather all of the venues, were outdoor venues for them. How easy is it to make that switch from that outdoor venue into playing here at the gymnasium?
Well, it's certainly a change that one needs to adjust as quickly as it possibly can. I would say that the players were given the opportunity to come and get some practice over the last couple of days, and let's see if that can help. But we can appreciate, Joel, that we're talking about different surfaces, the concrete, the asphalt, the cement compared to the wood. So it will require some quick adjustments on the players, on the part of the players. 13 now serving to 11 as Warren continues to build her lead here in game number 1.
Yeah, something that we will also consider is also temperatures as well, significantly cooler here in the gymnasium as well. So you think about that fatigue factor for players probably might last just a bit longer here in the gymnasium before starting to feel that bit of fatigue creeping in. 9 serving 17 at the moment. Now 10 is serving 17.
Warren's very much in the driver's seat, game number 1. Just 4 points away. Smith continues to play that tentative form. I'm not sure if that really is the way that she would want to go here this evening. She needs to get her game on and strike the ball when the opportunity is given. So far, she made yet another unforced error. And these unforced errors are certainly building here on Smith. So 19 will now serve to 11 with Warren, the defending champion, and number 1, just 1 point away from taking game number 1. So Warren taking game number 1 at 21-11. And Joel, a rather quick one.
Yeah, you would almost say it was very easy there for Sheldene Waldron. Obviously coming in with the experience, coming in with the confidence as well, being a champion. So we expected this performance from her. But let's focus a little bit on Rachel Smith at the moment, getting that advice at the moment. What's that conversation probably going on there? What she need to work on now in game number 2 to pull herself back?
She gave away one or two opportunities that she really should have done better with. At points that opened gaps a lot wider and created more pressure on herself in game number 1. She tried to restart points that really did not require restarting. There were points for the taking. My advice certainly has to be, Rachel, let's be more positive. Let's go after your shot. Be yourself. When the opportunities go there, take it.
Well, we'll see if she can take an opportunity or two coming up in this second set. She's going to need to do it because it's best of 3 here in this semi-final night for these women. So game number 1 going to Sheldene Waldron, and we're getting her now for game number 2.
The last time these ladies met was in 2022, and Sheldene Waldron won on that occasion. Let's see what Smith does in game number 2. Players looking to book that place in the finals of the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024.
She starts well in game number 2.
Well, that's a more positive looking approach here for game number 2 by Smith.
You certainly don't want to be playing catch-up against a player of the caliber of Sheldene Waldron.
A very experienced Warren as well. A much better start here by Smith, winning 4 out of her 5 serves. Oh, this is better tennis here by Smith. Good defensive tennis, staying relevant in the rally and claiming the point in the end. 1 will now serve to 6.
You can almost say she's getting into the game now.
She got some instructions as the Warren continues to keep the power shots going nonetheless. And 2 will now serve to 6.
So we're going to have our first review of the night. That baseline is what Rachel Smith is challenging, I believe, from 2 balls ago. It actually did look quite close for us. Of course, when we come into the gymnasium, what we have the added benefit of is the technology.
That's correct. So we'll have a review of Smith, who has a bit of a slight lead here, 4 or so a point lead, and taking some instructions.
A big question that's going to come up for everybody at home is how many reviews or how many successful reviews, or rather, let's go, how many unsuccessful reviews can a player have in this tournament?
Well, Joel, I would say that a player has 2 reviews in this tournament. In 2023, it was 3 reviews. Now they're down to 2 in 2024.
Well, that means that you got to make sure you use the reviews correctly. Yeah, you just wonder if it's a case of, because I remember at a stage last year, we were asking whether or not the importance of a coach when it came to taking certain reviews, as when we saw that there were players who got a bit emotional and said, hey, that has to be out. Clearly, and had there been a coach there, could have advised them on that one. I think that is also a factor that comes into play now when we talk about the coaches. You can see her face just a bit straight at the moment, wondering, okay, hey, I need to find my way back into this one. Rachel Smith at the moment, full of confidence here in game number 2. You see her opening up just a bit more, just waiting on that review, that challenge from her, the first challenge of the night on that baseline.
Well, she's off to a good start in game number 2. The question is if she can maintain this lead that she has at this point. Let's see what the review brings. But yes, the technology, the benefit of being here in the Griffith Silver Gymnasium is having the technology, putting it to work.
Well, there's that technology going to use for the first time tonight. And that ball, yeah, from my eyes, just bouncing in. So it will be an unsuccessful challenge by Rachel Smith. So ball in is the call. Bit of advice.
And for our viewers, a bit on Rachel Smith. She started playing at the age of 9, and she won 2 championships: the Dungeon Tournament in 2013 and the Hinsville Women Open, Road Tennis Open in 2018. Her opponent is Sheldene Warren, absolutely no stranger at all to the sport of road tennis. A number of championships under her belt. Sheldene started playing road tennis in 2011 in Hinsville. Over the years, she won the Clash of the Titans in 2015 and 2017. The Carlton A1 tournament. She won the Touch of Class championships, not one. Quite a few of those she won over the years. She was the winner of the Monarch of the Court in 2017 and won the prize of a car. She was a finalist in Silver Hill Championship in 2018. And she was a finalist in the Q Point Road Tennis Festival Shotgun, that's a single eliminator, in 2022. And she here in 2024 is the defending champion of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Yeah, you talked about a lot of tournaments there, and I just want to know, in your opinion, what sets the Barbados Road Tennis Open apart from the other tournaments?
Oh, the Barbados Road Tennis Open is what it is. It's pretty much, it goes across the length of Barbados. It attracts the creme of the creme, whether it's on the ladies' side or on the men's side. So in this particular event, you're able to capture, like I said, the best of the players, and the prize obviously $20,000. Oh, what a prize if you can possibly achieve that. So this tournament really stands out as the #1 event, and has been for the last 2 years. And I'm quite sure that the players may want a bit more here, though, Joel, than one event.
It is true. You look at it, we've definitely seen it grow in numbers, we've seen it grow in sponsors as well. You just say, hey, in 5 years, what could this tournament truly become in terms of the global scale that it could be? I think about how many countries we actually had it viewed on last year in terms of the television coverage. And
we had 23 and looking for more in 2024?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe 24 in 2024.
At least you have an increase. All right, back to the action in the middle. And the serve now will serve at 6, now serving to 4. For our viewers, if you're now joining us, we have Rachel Smith in the blue shirt and her opponent in Sheldene Warren in the red shirt. Sheldene won the first game, 21-11, and Sheldene is the #1 seed, and Rachel Smith is the #4 seed. Oh, good exchange again by both players. We saw Smith using her backhand to good use and claiming that point. And she will now serve at 8, serving to 4. Smith known for her serve. Now this is a more serious, more ready looking Smith in game number 2 That was a good serve to the back arm. She got a favorable bounce, and she came in and put that ball away with great ease. Good power, good placement. 9 now, serving to 5.
You can almost say she's grown in confidence, yeah, as she's come into game number 2. It was a case of, I think she played within herself in game number 1 that allowed Sheldene Walrond to come at her. Obviously, with her experience with the class, she dominated there. Now bouncing back, showing a bit more confidence, showing that she's a little more settled here in game number 2 and picking up some very important points as well.
Yes, she is. That's a very good shot by WALROND. Again, good bounce. Like I said before, Joel, she has that attacking style. Excellent shot by WALROND. So 7 serving to 10, with WALROND looking to close using her serve. Oh, what an excellent, again, power serve by WALROND here. Looking to close this gap as quickly as she can. 8 now serving to 10. 8-11. Ball away. So Smith will serve at 8-11 now, serving to 9. Still a bit of a lead, just 2 points. She needs to keep her nose in front here this evening if she possibly can to take this into a third game.
It will be a very important 5 serves here for her.
So there we have it, a call by the linesperson, and Smith, she's challenging that particular one. I believe she feels that that one may have caught the line.
We're about to find out, because once again we employ the technology, and like I said, here at the semi-final stage and in the finals, this is the added benefit as well because of how much money is online, or rather on the line. Yeah, you want to make sure you get those calls correct. Don't want to see a player losing what is a very critical moment whereby, you know what, is hanging the balance, and just that 1 point could swing the momentum as well, because we've seen that time and time again, not just in road tennis but across sports, to be honest, just that one critical moment. So yeah, just looking to get the technology into play again here tonight. But certainly as we're looking around, you can't see it just there in this particular frame at the moment, but the crowd's starting to build, and you mentioned the fact that you definitely think as you go towards what people are actually calling the final before the final, which is that big matchup in the men with Antonio Little Man Daniel taking on the man Venom himself. Yeah, you just wonder what the gymnasium could look like when we get there. Let's say approximately 9 something-ish. Just somewhere around there. What could this gymnasium look like when we get to that final before the final? Many are saying, okay, hey, if there's one man that could potentially maybe have it in him to beat Venom, it could probably be Little Man Daniel if all of his stars align.
It's true, he's such an exceptional player in Antonio Man Daniel. Even at the age of 54, probably going on to 55, he's a player that people still look for exceptional stuff. He's known for his shot selections. Little Man Daniel is just in a special class in road tennis.
Certainly looking forward to that, because I just remember last year the way Antonio Little Man Daniel entertained everybody here, had people hopping and dancing and skipping, and I am certainly looking forward to that again this year, because it's truly the pulse of the gymnasium when you have stroke play that and entertainers, because I think that's a big part of the game as well. You have those who go about it in a very quiet manner, you know, and they collect their points, but then the entertainers really bring the crowd to life.
But he certainly is an entertainer, been doing it for many years, and I'm quite sure that Calvin Buswell-Scott can't wait to come and give you a full insight on Anton Little Man Daniel. He's over there putting all his notes together, making sure that he misses nothing tonight when that big, grand battle starts.
Oh yeah, we're looking forward to that. And right now we're looking forward to that replay that should be coming up very soon for that second challenge. Of course, tonight we have to say thank you to our sponsors, our platinum sponsor being Nation News, our hydration sponsors Bajan Pure. You know, given the way that outside is, you've got to get that water in. So yeah, I'm going to take a sip of that very soon. Of course, our telecoms partner is Digicel Plus. So thank you to all of our sponsors for being part of this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open. Thank you as well to those who have followed the action as well, because this tournament would not be the tournament that it is without persons going around from venue to venue. Talked about the crowd you had at Ball Hill and across a couple of the other venues, and I think that is what makes this tournament so special. The fact that people are willing to follow it from venue to venue, weekend after weekend, night after night, to just take in the action and just encourage the players as well.
Yes, Joel, and not only on the local scene, we have streaming in a number of places. We say good evening to those persons in New York, in particular, who've been following road tennis now for quite a while. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Kelvin Buswell-Scott was actually a champion in New York some years ago. And we have persons in Canada following the sport, in Netherlands, and the sport is really being streamed and watched by a number of persons around the world. And we know there's a lot of activity in road tennis happening in Trinidad as well, and there's a lot of movement there. Let me say good evening to Vilmore and that team in Trinidad who are trying to push road tennis in that part of the Caribbean. St. Vincent has been very active with the sport of road tennis. St. Lucia, Jamaica. So the road tennis is really on the move. We're in certain parts of Africa. We know Ghana and other areas of Africa now tuning in to taking some of this action. So the sport is really moving from place to place. I mean, just know, if all goes well and they continue on this particular path, we're looking for some Olympic action.
Yeah, it's true. And by then, you know, I would have gotten in my practice and I will be out there, you know, because in my younger days as an elder at this stage, you know, in my older age, you know, in my younger days I used to enjoy a road tennis game or two at the side of the courts at secondary school. So, you know, maybe I might relive those days and find myself trying to make the Barbados team for the Olympics.
Well, I'm quite sure that they will put you on any team. I'm not sure if on the courts, but I know you're going to find a place on the team for sure.
If they had a talking team, I would make the Barbados talking team for the Olympics, I tell you that.
Oh, I am absolutely, I endorse that 1,000%. But as we were talking about the sport on the move, we also look at it from a developmental standpoint. Here in Barbados, we have well over 300 courts in Barbados. So there's a lot that's being put in to making this sport special and taking it to another level.
You talk about making it special, take it to another level. I want to know what drew you to road tennis. What made you say, okay, this is going to be a sport that I'm going to be a part of?
I went to watch the finals at Coverley some years ago. And when I witnessed the amount of persons, Joel, who turned up for that finals at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, well over near 10,000 people trying to get a viewpoint just to see this indigenous sport of road tennis finals, I was moved.
Well, we're moving back now to live action. It's now 12 serving 9 in favor of Rachel Smith.
Quite sure that she would be happy with that outcome. It's important that Smith maintains this lead if she's going to take this second game into a game number 3. She's looking a bit more positive in game 2. 12 now serving to 10.
We talked a bit about momentum, and we've actually had a long break there.
Oh, well done, Sheldene Warren. Good reading, good anticipation. A ball against Smith she could have done more with. Good work, Warren. 12 now serving to 11. This is very clever tennis and intelligent tennis being played this evening by Warren, spotting opportunities and capitalizing when they're there for the taking. 12 now serving to 12. Oh, that's a better approach by Smith. She really could have done that 2 or 3 balls ago. And now we have a 1-point difference as Warren serving at 12-13. Warren very dangerous with her serve. She uses her serves really well. The ball adjudged away. Even score at 14 all. Good work by Warren. She certainly don't seem to want to face a game number 3 here this evening. And she's going all the way and to close game number 2 and advance with a 2 straight here this evening. She will be serving at 14, serving to 14. As the crowd gradually builds. All the action here, the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. We're in a semi-final stage. And to see who would advance to the finals coming off on Sunday, Joel.
Yeah, it was very interesting there a few frames ago looking at Sheldene Waldron, and I remember asking the question, okay, persons will want to know how many appeals do we have here for the semi-final night, and there was Sheldene Waldron already appealing to the umpire saying, okay, I think she's had her 2 appeals for the night already, but if we think back to the call before, I don't think that an actual judgment was made on it given that the technology didn't come into play there, and as such she still had 1 appeal remaining, which the umpire would have stated just now. So this, in technicality, should she lose it, would be her final appeal. But there's a point I was looking to make a couple serves ago, and I was with regards to the breaking momentum that we would have had. Yes, players want to get in their appeals, etc. But it was at a stage whereby Rachel was actually into what was a very good groove. And then you realize that it was, let's say, maybe a break of maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so. And then coming on the back of that, you saw that Sheldene was able to punch again. So is the case of maybe that a break like that kind of worked against the momentum that she was building up?
Yes, very much so. It happens time and time again. And the thing is, who can come back and be ready and take advantage of a break? Some persons come back to the court, no feeling their way back into it. Others come on the court ready to keep moving with that momentum. It's a question of the players. Sometimes the type of coach that you may have side of you, because you may have a coach who will give you that nudge and that push and keep, you can do it, let's go. You know, and whereas you might have a coach who sits beside you, he just rather quiet. But you know have to walk back onto that court and find that energy. And that person is really not bringing or adding to where you're at.
Yeah, the other interesting thing about the breaks as well, because once again we talk about the fact that we're inside of the gymnasium, a much cooler space. When you're outside, you actually take that break, you're still feeling that sweat dripping from you, you know, your adrenaline is still going. When you sit down here in gymnasium, things are a lot cooler, your body actually starts to maybe stiffen up a bit as well. So I just wonder if that could probably play into some of the tactics that players use, you know, going forward in terms of, okay, yeah, it might be a bit of a break, but I need to keep my body moving, keep myself warm, because one, brain, I'm by far cooler, where my body temperature goes much cooler as well from sitting down for such a long time as well.
Yeah, it happens. Actually, I'm surprised that they're actually sitting. Huh? I really think that the better approach would be to continue walking around and keep yourself moving rather than just sitting at a particular case like this where you're waiting on the outcome of a decision and you still need to stay warm. I don't know, sitting is really the best approach. I've always seen it like, just keep on the move. Keep moving, keep moving. What I'm saying now, I don't think I totally endorse that.
It's going to be very interesting once again because, okay, we talked about that last break, how it maybe worked against Rachel in that case. Okay, let's see what she can do coming off the back of this break. Obviously, she needs to win this game here, given that Sheldene Waldron would have won that game number 1. Okay, what does this break do for her here? And I was still waiting to get that review or that appeal from Rachel, and it could be a very important one for her as well, because it's just a case, we mentioned, a matter of points, you know, that takes you in the direction that you want to go. If it goes for you, could it break the mind of Sheldene Waldron, given that the point was adjudged to her originally? You know, how does that affect her mentally? Because that's another factor of the game that will come into play as well, that mental factor. Who actually has, I guess, the tougher mind on what is a very big stage, a very big occasion. I know that mental comes into play when we talk a lot about players like Venom, because I hear, you know, a lot of these conversations in regards to, you know, I've done the hard work before, now it's time to work on my mental. How big is that mental factor?
Oh, it's so huge. It's a prayer, and it takes a player in coming into these tournaments to be prepared in several ways. Not only the physical, the mental as well. And a situation like this actually pulls on the mental, and now we are seeing Joel, even the crowd getting to some degree involved given the length of time.
Yeah, it's going to get quite interesting here, just waiting
and still to come, we have some more ladies action and some men action coming up tonight, Joel.
Yep. We've got 4 matches for you here on semi-final night. Don't forget, We started with 71 males and 33 females, and now we're down to the top 4 in each category. The best 4 men and the best 4 women in this beautiful island of Barbados on showcase under the lights, under the ceiling of the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. What a place to be in. You know, you can just be all around in the stands, taking in the action from whatever vantage point you want to, whether or not to. Actually, I want to get this question for you, John.
Sure.
When you come to a space like Gymnasium, where do you want to sit? Do you want to be dead on straight, watching the action? Do you want to be, as we were saying cricket terms, like maybe on square leg, kind of, you know, square leg or cover? Like, where do you want to be in terms of the action?
I like the X. I like the Y and XW area. I like to be straight on. I want to see. I don't want to wonder if it was on. I want to say it's definitely on. So get me behind the court. Give me a good position behind the court.
We'll get you. There's a linesman as well at some stage. You want to call that action?
Not sure. No. I don't even think I want to be part of the technology team at this stage. No, I am quite good here. In fact, while we win, let me say a special good evening to the followers here in Barbados. We know the persons, the likes of the Charleston persons like Django and Sky Juice, who always tuning in wherever we are to take this coverage of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. Guys, good evening to you. And the road tennis fraternity, a number of places that we have seen road tennis over the last couple of weeks. Let me say good evening to the persons in Bush Hall, Belfield. We have persons in Tennis Town. Good evening to you all. Dover, Roadview, Haynesville. Not a lot of tennis happening in Haynesville, but those are areas what we call camps here in Barbados. And the minister spoke about that, Joe, where we're trying to move away now from camps and go towards the direction of clubs. And that is something that I'm quite sure that will add to all the development of the sport that we're looking forward to. At present, we have a club in the CIBC RTA Elite Academy. We had a historic Garrison, are the only 2 established clubs at this stage. So we're back to the action in the middle. Sheldene Warren now serve at 15, now serving to 14. Having won the first game 21-11. Smith looking to take this to best in 3 encounter to game number 3 if she can. And already a ball again. She should have done better with that ball. And that one going beyond the measured court of 21/10. For our viewers, our net is 8 inches high in height. And a sport that came in Barbados back in the 1930s. 14 now will serve to 16. Smith a bit behind the 8 ball here this evening. Can she take this into game number 3? Hall again. Sheldene Warren showing why she's the defending champion, why she's the number 1 seed in this competition. Looking for a double in 2024, having won in 2023. 14 now serving to 17. Smith, casual again. A ball that she really don't see her body language here. Joel, you know, she looks very easy going. And we're in the semi-finals. We need to see some energy, but we're not seeing that type of energy here from Smith. And as a result, she's trailing by 4 points.
Yeah, you saw it when she came back out. You saw somewhat of a difference in her approach, but I just go back to those 2 very lengthy breaks.
Yeah, and at the beginning of game number 1, game number 2, she did start with some energy. But you're right, maybe she's impacted by these breaks. 15-19. So Warren just 1 point away from advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. And she does 21-15, 21-11. Say congratulations to Sheldene Warren as she's now booked her pass to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024, defeating Rachel Smith 21-11, 21-15.
Well, there you have it. The first finalist of the Barbados Road Tennis Open has been confirmed. It is your 2023 champion, Sheldene Waldron, who will have a shot at $20,000 once again, coming up on September the 22nd. So that is 3 nights away. Uh, for the men as well coming up very shortly tonight as well, and I think that the last semi-final is what many will be coming out to see here tonight. Now it's time to have a chat with Sheldene Waldron. First of all, Sheldene, good night. How are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty okay.
You look, you don't believe you've broken a sweat here tonight. Talk to me about that first semi-final. Just how much did you enjoy being out there tonight?
I enjoyed it a lot. I give thanks and praises that I made it to the semi-finals and gone through to the finals another year. First and foremost, I got to thank the father, I got to thank my supporters, I got to thank people who were against me too as well, because they motivate me very well to push and struggle through life.
Yeah, obviously you're no stranger to being here, you're a defending champion. Are you feeling any pressure because of having that title?
Well, really and truly, I don't really feel the pressure because I just come to play and enjoy my game. So if they want it, they will have to be pressured, not me. That's just how I am, just cool and calm.
Cool and calm, you definitely can hear it there. We saw it out there tonight. Was there any particular plan that you came into tonight with?
No, just go and play my tennis and have some fun. And the better out of the two will come true.
Well, you can see you played your tennis and you can see that you had fun, Sheldene. All the best coming up in that final on Sunday.
Thank you very much.
There you have it, guys. Your first semi-final winner, Sheldene Waldron, for tonight. And don't forget, we've got match number 2 coming up, and that's going to be Kim Holder taking on Maudlyn Blunt. And I would say roughly maybe about 5 minutes or so, we might get the announcement of the players coming out through what is now the dedicated tunnel for them. There's a whole, setup and showdown that we're going to have here for the semi-final night, where the players get a whole script being read about them and a true proper introduction. And talking about a proper introduction, I'm going to say he's coming in at maybe 6 feet 1 inch tall. He's coming in at 185 pounds of pure muscle. It is Kelvin Bruce Willis Scott alongside of me. Kelvin, did I get it right there?
Well, you got some right. I'm a bit heavier than 185. Special good evening to you, Joel. Special good evening to Barbados, and of course the world joining us live in the 2024 Barbados Road Tennis Open. And yes, Joel, you would make the national talkers team for sure. As a matter of fact, if I were the Minister of Sport, I would choose you personally as the captain of that side. Good to see you back though, Joel, aka Denzel Washington. We're here, so we just witnessed Sheldene Waldron advancing quite easily into the finals. She's seeded as the number 1, and she went into the finals quite easy. And now coming up next, we have Maudlyn Blunt, number 3, versus number 2, Kim Holder, the winner of the inaugural tournament in 2022. So that should be a very action-packed event coming up, Joel. Yeah,
it definitely will, because obviously you know what Kim brings to the table, and she's always filled with emotions, and she's filled with passion, and she's always ready to get going. And then Maudlyn Blunt, we saw what she did last year, the fact that, she overcome, and I believe she had an injury last year as well that she played through also. Before we talk though about the match that's coming up, I know you had a chance to watch that match number 1. Just give me your thoughts, your perspectives on game number 1, semi-final number 1.
If I'm to be completely honest, it wasn't as intense as I expected it to, in terms of Rachel's playing potential. I really thought that she would have given a tougher fight. I somehow recognized a bit of nerves though in the way how she was approaching the ball. Sheldene Waldron, the babyface assassin, she rises to any occasion, and she did just that, remaining extremely calm, putting on as many balls as she possibly can. But I really thought that Smith would have probably put up a greater fight, but that sometimes happens at this stage here at semi-finals, and we have our first finalists.
Yeah, we have our first finalists indeed. Now the players are being introduced at the moment, so before we get them on screen, I want to take you now, because I know you've been watching the entire tournament. What have you enjoyed most about this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open?
I would have to say the the diversity in terms of talent. It was quite interesting. The shocker for me personally was Shaquem Nurse bowing out of the tournament so early after being the number 2 for 2 years. That was surprising, but they had some really good matches. We had a young man called Kirk Allen from Bellevue, aka the Talker, and he's close up there with you, and he was keeping it extremely interesting throughout the tournament. And obviously, when he came up against Barbados and the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith, he lost 21-7, 21-12, and that was quite interesting to see the character around tennis really brought to life this indigenous sport of road tennis. But it's over to the players now.
Yep, Kim Holder, she's making her way on to the court. She is a family household name, you would say, when it comes to road tennis in Barbados. Just tell us a bit about Kim Holder.
Well, this year, 2024, would be 2 decades of road tennis in terms of winning. She won her first title in 2024. She would have won her most recent title in the Queen of the South road tennis tournament. So she's very decorated. She would have won the 2016 World's Championship at Springer Memorial School. So this is a woman with lots and lots of experience and lots of shots as well, Joel. And we can expect some exciting tennis here as she plays Maudlyn Blunt, who's about to come out.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about the journey, I guess, of us. We're actually seeing right now Maudlyn Blunt on screen at the moment, and yes, she is the second player to come up for semi-final number 2. Talk to me a bit about the style of Maudlyn Blunt, what we could probably expect from her tonight.
Maudlyn Blunt is a very good defender of the game. She does have some attacking shots, but I'm quite sure that tonight, especially playing against Kim Holder, that she would have a lot of defending to do. But I'm sure that when she gets the opportunity, she will be attacking as well. Maudlyn Blunt would have started her career around 2016, so she's a bit greener than Kim Holder, but certainly of recent times she has been making her mark in the top 4. For example, the most recent tournament she won was the Colombo tournament. She was victorious in that particular one. Of recent times, she would have won the Q Point road tennis tournament. She was playing recently with the Road Tennis Elite Academy, and she would have come away with the Village Camp tournaments, etc. So we're looking at experience versus a greener player, but in terms of the playing styles and the decorations of recent times, I'm quite sure this should be a very interesting matchup.
We're set for semi-final number 2. Of course, you know I have to put you on the spot. You're a dedicated analyst. You're the man with the insights. Who are you tipping your cap to here tonight? Who do you think might come out on top?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. You know, Joel, today we were in the sauna, which is one of the indoor facilities in Barbados, and everyone was saying this particular match is extremely difficult to call. You can get Kim in her attacking style, and if she's confident and the ball remains on the court, she would definitely come away as the winner. But if Maudlyn Blunt remains as calm and as cool as she usually plays and keep the ball on the court and defend strongly, I'm telling you, it's very, very difficult to call. Maudlyn Blunt can walk away as the winner.
So you could probably say, okay, we're probably expecting maybe a couple long rallies between these women tonight. This, though, is just in knockups at the moment, setting the stage and setting the tone for what, according to the analyst of the night, will be a very exciting semi-final matchup number 2. Probably a lot closer than semi-final number 1, certainly.
Definitely, and I'll tell you that in 2022, Kim had a death in her family. In 2023, the same thing. But this particular year, I would say that she's more psychologically open to success this year. I spoke to her earlier. She's very confident. She's now a self-employed person. We know for years she would have worked at the National Transport Board, but she's now self-employed, so she has a bit more time in terms of her training. What is of interest is that Maudlyn Blunt is now a certified coach, so she has learned a bit more about the game. She's now teaching it to others. So in terms of their playing history, they're both advancing as individual players. And I'll also tell you something of interest. Maudlyn Blunt was in the first Caribbean RTEA camp but she's now in St. Martin's and the Ivy. She has changed her coach. She now has a different coach in Windell Dottin. So they're not in the same camps to pretty much peep at each other's playing style, and that should be of interest.
Well, Blunt is in the blue. And Kim Holder is in the red. And it's Love serving one to get going.
And to advance to the finals, or rather to the semi-finals, Kim Holder would have defeated her daughter Kiana Holder 21-13, 21-12 at Dover. And now she's here, she's in the money, Joel. And of course that ball being played very close to the back line, but with the new technology that we have, if any balls are misunderstood or misread or not seen by the lines personnel, we'll just go to the technology to verify those calls. And if you're now joining us, Sheldene Waldron has already advanced to the finals, and the winner of this particular bout will join her, and the winner, of course, winning 20,000 Bajan dollars.
Yep. Winner takes 20K, second 15, and third 10 in this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open. So a lot of cash on the line to play for.
It's 1 serving to 6, Maudlyn Blunt with ball in hand, serving to Kim Holder. And this is a pretty major lead for someone like Kim Holder, seated as number 2. And as we mentioned before, she would have won the tournament in 2022. And Blunt is yet to hold that big title in her hand in the Barbados Road Tennis Open. She has been winning recently, but you will have to say this is creme la creme in terms of tournaments of recent times, and she's yet to win it.
She got very close last year, pretty much got to the front door, but couldn't get through, as they would say. And she'll be hoping to go one step further this year.
Yes, so in 2022, Kim Holder would have won last year. Sheldene Waldron walked away as winner. And now we are looking to see who will advance to the finals to play Sheldene Waldron. Blunt goes over to her coach in Windell Dottin. And Kim Holder goes over to her coach in Ken Belgrave. If it were that fly on the wall, Joel, I would imagine hearing both coaches saying, this is the first game, just pick up your rhythm, don't worry too much, keep the ball on the court.
Yeah, we say this first game for players pretty much sets the tone for them.
Certainly, and Kim Holder being attacking player will want to catch her rhythm. The weight of that ball, Joel, is what brought Blunt to her knees pretty much in terms of that skid. And that usually happens when a player of power reduces the speed. It can somewhat tantalize the opponent. Kim looking to, perhaps I thought she would have appealed that ball. It was very close to the baseline. Hear the shouts from the fans in the crowd calling it how they thought that they saw it.
There's a bit of a conversation there going on, and I can understand why, because at some stage you saw the hand of Kim Holder going at the challenging point just before Maudlyn Blunt actually replayed the point.
And I'll tell you, Joel, I overheard you and John speaking earlier. The appeals for this year have been reduced from 3 last year to 2. And that places a player under somewhat a bit of pressure in terms of the balls that they will want to call. And that's the importance of a coach who may look at you and say, nope, do not appeal that particular ball. Save your appeals to perhaps later in the game when it's more critical. Blunt bonks in the ball and thinking of a strategy. A very bright racket this year, red. The color of the shirt of Kim Holder. I'll tell you this, Joel, Kim started playing road tennis from the age of 8 or 9. She has lots of experience. 7 serving to 9. That gap that Holder had at the beginning somewhat gotten a bit smaller. But Blunt looks extremely steady in this particular game. And that is exactly what you will want in the first game, to let all of your nerves calm right down, as they say, let your butterflies fly in formation. Don't put yourself under any unnecessary pressure. But I'm sure that both players would like to win this first game and kind of set the tone for the other game or other two games, depending on how it goes. Good rally, an extremely decent rally, good exchanges between both players, and Blunt, the countenance of Blunt's face is saying, I mean business this year. I have been dancing around the title. It is time now for me to take it to St. Martin's in St. Philip.
Oh, it's 9 serving 9 at the moment, and we talked about the fact that we could probably expect to see some longer rallies between these ladies. We talked about the fact that that defensive game has to come into play for Maudlyn Blunt. You saw signs of it there just now.
Well, certainly, and to me, with the exchanges, she remain extremely patient, and that is extremely important.
9 serving 9.
Looking to see. That was a very interesting shot. This score remains extremely close.
10 serving 9 no.
Semi-finals.
Yeah, she's pulled herself back here. And game number 1 has Maudlyn Blunt.
Good defense, and I'll tell you this, Joel. The one thing that Blunt does not want to do is to return this ball high center court for Holder to hit. So in terms of approaching the ball, she definitely waited too long. Again, doing the same thing. This time she was fortunate, but she needs to get a bit closer to the ball instead of reaching and popping that ball high. And her coach, Dottin, would need to tell her that. Not, it would be a time for Holder to really enjoy those shots. Holder stopped on that ball, Joel, but it looked exactly. It was in.
And I think this is where it comes in, because I remember a lot of the conversation being play until the call.
That's it. And for some reason, this is like the third ball that Holder misjudged in terms of a backcourt ball. What she really needs to do is to continue to play until the personnel in the chair says it's either in or out. She's lost at least 2 points that way. 10 serving to 14. Blunt is playing like a wall tonight. She's blocking everything. She's sending it directly back at Holden. I'll tell you this, no attacker likes when a defender is bringing the ball back into their face, and it creates tremendous pressure on the attacker. 14 now serving to 11, and Blunt will want to make sure that she wins at least 3 of these serves. A 17-13, or rather a 13-17 change of serve after this serve will be good for her. She would never want Holder to perhaps pick up that momentum in this portion of the game. And Holder talks to her coach, Ken Belgrave. She walks over as though she has a new strategy for Blunt.
Well, let's see if that strategy can work, because Blunt has dragged herself back. She's actually been down 4 points at the start, now 3 points up.
And that's a really good switch in terms of momentum. And you know, we always have to talk about that psychological advantage. For example, in Kim's case, Kim had a good advantage psychologically, and now she's under a bit of pressure with Blunt taking the lead, just by a few points, but it's enough to give Blunt that special advantage.
It was 14 serving 12 at the start of that one.
And now 15 serving to 12.
3 important serves coming up.
A nice, interesting backarm serve. And that's the shot that she wanted. You can tell that she served and position her body to accommodate that particular shot. And that's good thinking, intelligent tennis from Maudlyn Blunt. And now the score is 16, serving to 12. She mixes her serves. Somehow you can tell she was in between minds. The ball came back center court, close to her body, creating that difficulty, and she hit that one directly out.
Well, a very important point, a very important serve coming up here at 16-13. A matter of being 17-13 or 16-14 is what's on offer at the moment. A bit of advice coming from upstairs saying serve in the middle.
And she takes that advice. And there you have it again, Joel. The same thing I alluded to earlier. Blunt is reaching a bit too much. And as her coach, Dottie, will want to identify that and ask her to step into the court. It's now 14 serving to 16.
A nice rally brewing at the moment.
And it's really nice to see how Holder decided not to attack but rally and play Blunt's game, and that created a bit of confusion and concern for Blunt. 15 now serving to 16. This is the part of the game, Joel, that Holder will want to be extremely relaxed and keep as many balls as possible in the court.
She's got a chance to tie things up here. 15 serving 16. Misses the opportunity. 15 serving 17.
And I'll tell you the special advantage I would say that Blunt has in this particular game. She has the last serve, and if she can advance, and Kim now committing the cardinal sin of serving that one out, so it's now 15 serving to 18. So at least you have an 18-17 score or a 19-16, and that should go in the advantage of Blunt.
Can she hold her nerve here? Kim Holder.
That's a good serve. Not only was it a backarm serve, but it was extremely deep, pushing the angle really far away from Blunt. It's now 16 serving to 18. The first game in the second semifinals. The ball looks good. 18 serving to 17. This is extremely intense. Blunt needs to be extremely intelligent, Joel, with each and every serve. She would never want a juice game, so she needs to make sure that she can at least win 3 of her serves and let this game finish at 21-19. A juice game will not work in her favor.
Oh, you're talking about a juice game. Is that juice she's taking in there now? No, nah. Based on the fact I can see the label. But a big moment coming up here.
Thanks to Adrian Donovan for providing me with some Bajan pure water.
18 serving 17.
18 serving to 17. Maudlyn Blunt with ball in hand. In the first game of the second semifinals. And again, you can see the nerves here, Joel taking over as she serves that ball on the outside of the court, committing that cardinal sin. At this stage, and especially in this particular game, you want to remain cool and calm and not commit those unforced errors. Certainly not with a serve. 18-all.
Long there. And now gives up that lead that she had.
And as I mentioned before, Joel, she really needed a cushion, so perhaps 19-16 would have been better for her. And now she is trailing 18 serving to 19. It's interesting that Holder decided to actually play a high looping ball. And it's a good thing that Blunt did not step over into Holder's court, or not that particular point would have been given to Holder. Let's see. Is Holder appealing it? 19 serving to 19.
19 serving 19.
Point given to Blunt. No
Holder
need
can't
for
believe it.
any review. Holder is extremely concerned about that particular call.
I have to let it go.
Well, let's see if psychologically it interferes with her game. She's walking away, trying to regain herself and probably figure out what is really happening. 19 serving to 19. I was expecting this first game duel to be close, but certainly not this close. 19 serving to 19. Blunt sporting an extremely fancy haircut for this semi-finals.
19 all.
19 all.
20 serving 19.
Very smart serve. A
Game
bit
point
weight
to
off the ball.
Mrs. Blunt.
A serve into the back arm of
20
Holder.
serving
Holder was
19.
expecting power, so as she eases her body into the court, she hit that one on the outside. That is clever tennis from the road tennis coach, Maudlyn Blunt. Seeded number 3 with ball in hand.
Can she close out game number 1?
Let's see. And there you have it. Maudlyn Blunt easing away with the first game in the second semi-finals, 21-19.
Well, it went down to the wire. She needed her last 2 serves to get herself over the line. But Maudlyn Blunt has taken one step closer to that Barbados Road Tennis Open final, 20-24. What a game that was. A lot of sweat dripping out there. Yeah, it took a lot of energy from both women. Talk me through it in terms of what did you enjoy from both players?
She really needs to settle right down. Maybe stop trying to hide the ball. Give Blunt the ball as directly as possible and let Blunt play the ball. It's now 5 serving to 5, and 2 out of Blunt's points were literally given to her by Holder from poor serves. Some good center court serves being employed by Blunt. That one looks out, yes. 5 now serving to 6.
Looked for a second, actually, maybe thought she might challenge that one. Opts against it.
So with over 300 road tennis courts across Barbados, Blunt with ball in hand, a qualified road tennis coach, serving against the experienced Kim Holder. 6 now serving to 6. It's looking like an extremely close game again, Joel. Some good exchanges between these two ladies. 7 now serving to 6. And what I'm saying tonight, though, is Blunt employing a very intelligent style of tennis. Not just rallying, but attacking when she needs to. 7 now serving to 7. And we can see the perspiration on Holder's face, suggesting now that she's fully warm. Another short ball, Joel, and again, Blunt is not playing these short balls the way how she should. She's reaching for these short balls, and they're all working against her.
Eight serving 7.
And Holder's thinking. Blunt popping this ball a bit too high. I think this is exactly what Holder will want. That ball close, but it's good. And now it's 10 serving to 7. In the seat of ascendancy is Holder with ball in hand. A direct center court serve, which is a very tricky serve, and it's now 11 serving to 7. Holder back with a special momentum after losing the first game 19-21. It's now 11 serving to 8.
Big point here for Blunt.
What a shot, a smashing shot into the court of Blunt. And this is exactly what Holder will want to get her hitting rhythm up and going. And it seems as though we are going to be in for 3 games tonight if this game remains in the trajectory that it's heading.
Up by 4 at the moment now is Kim Holder. Is 8 serving 12. We saw a situation where she was leading by 4 points in game number 1. And somehow Blunt found her way, dragging herself back into the contest.
Well, I'll tell you what I like about Blunt is that Blunt seems to be completely unfazed by the lead that Holder has. A very good smashing shot, and she was quite cognizant of not stepping into the court of Holder. If that had happened, the point then would be awarded to Holder. So Blunt easing a bit closer, 9 now serving to 13. Some fair exchanges with Holder trying a diagonal strategy, and that ball bouncing twice in her court. So it's now 10 serving to 13. So we're now into the second semifinals, and the second game in this particular one, with MAUDLYN Blunt winning 21-19 in the first game, and trailing in the second game 10-13. Serving to 14, Blunt beginning to look frustrated. She goes over to the chair personnel. 10 serving to 14, and she repeats the score, suggesting to Blunt that my call was correct. No need for any further adjudication. Somehow Blunt employing these center court serves to Holder. They're reaping some success. 14 serving to 11. Blunt and the Holder going over to their coaches. One taking a sip of water. Perhaps, they would only imagine, it's the Belgian Pure. The other one talking to her coach, Ken Belgrave, the coach of Kim Holder. As we mentioned before, Blunt is somewhat divided between two camps, which is the St. Martin and the Ivy. And Kim Holder, she hails from the CIBC Road Tennis Elite Academy. Special good evening to Frankie. It's now 15 serving to 11. 15 serving to 12. I really thought Holder would have come around in her back arm and perhaps put some power in a forearm drive for that particular ball, but she decided not to rally. And both players approaching the court. So we have a review of the A side of the court. The technology now would determine exactly who the point would be awarded to. From the A line, a review from the A line. The A side. And the players here will take this opportunity. As you can see, Blunt talking to her coach, and that's quite clear, Joel. That particular ball, as we can see here, with the new cameras at 120 frames, shows that particular ball in.
There we have it, ball in on that review.
And again, as we mentioned before, there are only 2 appeals in 2024, and the players will want to use these appeals as wisely as possible. So the point will play over. A very interesting call. Now we have a discussion between the lines personnel.
Not just the lines personnel, but everybody here at Gymnasium as well, weighing in.
The score is 15 serving 12.
So it's 15 serving to 12.
15 serving 12.
And Blunt will have to fight a bit more for her point. But there is no answer for that particular attack from the hands of Holder. Like parting the Red Sea. Extremely nice shot through the forearm of Blunt. 16 now serving to 12, and this is a very interesting 4-point lead. It should work for her, and that ball into the net. 8 inches high. the court, 21 by 10 in terms of measurement. 16 serving to 13. And Blunt would want at least a 16 serve, but she doesn't get it. So it's now 13 serving to 17. And the momentum of Blunt, Jewel, as you may observe, somehow it has fallen tremendously. I'm not sure what has happened, but perhaps her coach, Wendell Dottin, would want to give her some stern instructions. Maudlyn, you need to get back into this game. And I'm sure that Belgrave is telling Holder, you're on top by 4 points. You need to cruise home now.
Yeah, it's certainly a good cushion that Kim Holder has here.
Not only a cushion, but it's a pretty decent lead at this particular stage in the game. Blunt now with ball in hand, a bright red racket. Serve to the forearm of Holder, and she hits that one far and wide. 13 serving to 18. She manipulates the court using all angles, but as you can see, Holder is catching a rhythm. That ball looks a bit close, but it's called in.
Yeah, she's asking for that one. Once again, on that A line, it appears.
So we will have a review on the baseline of the A court. The A court, A side.
Initial thoughts.
Well,
that it looked kind of in on our initial thoughts, but I think obviously she has a better view of it.
Well,
I wonder if maybe the emotions of the moment might tell her, okay, that was actually out, because we've seen that happen from time and time again in tournaments like these.
I would say it's a calculated call, and the reason I say that is that she's already trailing. What does she have to lose? She already has one more appeal, and if she thinks that the ball was out, this will be the perfect time for Blunt to exhaust that particular appeal, and that is exactly what she did. But she's over by her coach, Wendell Dottin, and perhaps he's going to tell her, hey, I saw the ball in, I saw the ball out, so just perhaps play on. Even if you should lose this game, you've already won the first game 21-19. You need to at least stick right to the end and make sure that you come back in the third game with renewed momentum.
And what it might also do when you talk about that momentum is maybe break the momentum of Kim Holder as well, because you've seen that she's gone into a good groove, a good stride, and you've just seen how the points have begun to flow her way. So maybe with this type of a break, maybe it sets her back up to come, and then we're going to get that now.
The review.
Based on what we're seeing, that ball looks quite good.
Yeah, I'm saying the same.
Quite good indeed on that one.
Kim seemed to be adamant that the ball was in.
I did say in our initial look at the play, it looks as if the ball was good. You just wondered if maybe it was slightly an emotional decision from her there, as you mentioned, maybe a strategic decision at that also.
And I'll tell you, Kim hit that ball with tremendous force, and I'm not sure if Blunt got a good look at it. Perhaps what she did is to put her racket by the court to block the ball, and depending on where she thought it was, she appealed accordingly, which was a good move. Special good evening to the Belfield Road Tennis Academy. They hosted some of the tournament and did an extremely good job. Of course, good evening to the president, Mr. Trevor Eiffel.
There's that official decision. Ball has been called in. Ball is good.
Just as we saw it initially, so it's 13 serving to 19. Blunt trails by 6 points. She would at least want a 19-16 change of serves to stay relevant in this game. 14-0 serving to 19. Kim, though, has some money in the bank, as the expression goes. So that point that she just lost would not have a great impact on her psychologically. Or at least it shouldn't.
Pass the ball to the official in the ball is Barbados.
And
13, 14.
Blunt is saying the ball is dry. I want to serve it. I want to keep this particular momentum.
Kim Holder now 1 point away from tying things up here in semi-final number 2.
Well, you have a change of serves. 20 now serving to 15. Kim Holder looking to perhaps win this game and then come out with a different momentum in the third and deciding game. But that ball going far and wide. 20 serving to 16. And Holder close by her doorstep, but not quite inside in the second game. Who will meet Sheldene Waldron in the finals? Well, this game will determine that. Blunt still fighting, but that one is out. So there you have it. Kim Holder advancing to another game. So it's now 21-16 with Blunt winning the first game 21-19.
Semi-final number 2, game number 2.
So this semi-final number 2 is quite the distance, as they would say. We're going to game number 3. Game 1 was 21-19. Game 2, 21-16. Kelvin, you talked about possibly a bit more of an attacking style, or rather playing her natural game. Did you see more of that just now from Kim Holder?
Definitely, she would have amassed at least 6 or 7 points from her attacking style. But I'm not sure if her attacking style was the seed to her success, as Blunt, in my opinion, made way too many mistakes in terms of not covering the court as quickly as she should. And it was quite evident to everyone here that there was a complete shift in momentum. And Blunt, for some reason, we're not sure, would have dropped a lot of her intensity, the intensity that made her victorious in the first game, 21-19, that she won.
I just wonder if maybe that intensity might be something, maybe of a fatigue factor, because that obviously comes into play as well, and that's something that we're going to talk about a bit as we head into game number 3 as well, because obviously we're looking now at going to distance, a bit of tired legs out there, not just tired legs, but a tired mind as well. You just wonder, okay, who is that person that can dig deep and really bring it all here in game number 3?
I can tell you that Blunt is extremely fit. The countenance of her face does not suggest that she's tired at all. I think she may be mentally tired. It was quite evident that she was definitely overthinking that particular game that she just played. For some reason, she was all in her thoughts, she was all in her emotions, and that's when a good coach will come and say, listen, you need to settle down, play the tennis that you know. Apparently that is what Belgrave told Holder, and it worked for her success.
Well, this is the third and final game of this semi-final number 2. This is the game that matters above all. There's no coming back after this.
And both players started this third game very cautiously.
There's a lot of money on the line. That third place spot is 10,000. But if you're in the final, you have a chance at 20,000.
Nice
shots like
short
that.
Ball
Oh.
just behind the net. An injection.
That shot in itself probably worth the 20k there.
Seems as though Blunt was willing to say he can do it too, but the danger quickly averted by Holder. Another short ball, short for short, and then a long ball. Excellent strategy. This third game duel is going to be one of those very exciting games, as both players looking to advance to the finals to play Sheldene Waldron, the first female to have advanced over Rachel Smith. And interestingly, Joel, these are the same 4 ladies that advanced to the semi-finals in 2022.
Yeah, it talks to you, or rather tells you about the consistency of these women. Of course, you know, there are a couple of young girls still coming through the system, but just not to this level as yet.
Oh, that's it. There's an expression here in Barbados, do for do is not obia. Holder would have given Blunt a short ball, but this time Blunt employing the same strategy, but with a bit of angle on it, making it extremely difficult for her.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that wrist work there from Blunt, certainly.
Now Blunt is attacking, and that's the thing. It's not her natural style to attack. She just tried it. She hit the first one successfully, and then the second one, as you just saw, away from the court. And perhaps what she should look at doing, Jewel, is playing more angle than power. Good center court serve. Somehow Holder has been reading them recently. And somehow Holder is outthinking Blunt. It's quite evident. Blunt is beginning to show some levels of frustration in her shots.
Dead ball, 3 serving 6.
Ball was out, so it's 3 serving to 6. And it appears as though Blunt is going to use her first appeal of this game. Well, remember, she would have exhausted her 2 in the previous game. The review is the A side.
Looked a bit long to my eye on that one.
I was saying the same. I was saying the same. So it's the A side review that we're waiting on as the technical team.
Ooh, that one is a little close. A matter of frames, you might say.
Jewel, you have the younger eyes. I trust them.
Does it
based
just
on these
clip
glasses?
that line?
I don't know. It's probably by a fraction of a millimeter.
Oh, it's going to be a very tough call right now. On the inside.
It looks more out than in to me, Jewel.
Oh, you just need a little smidgen to be in, but yeah, probably could be just a bit, because we're also looking at that shadow as well.
Exactly, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And I got a bit of education and watching the trajectory of the ball and the shadows based on the frame.
And the ball is adjudged out.
Yes.
Yeah, you would say just by a hair, by a
Ball is
whisker.
in, 3 serving 6.
So 3 now serving to 6. And I'll tell you what, if I were the coach of Blunt, I would be advising her not to appeal balls like that so early in the game. To me it looked out, to you it looked out, but somehow she saw something differently and she used that particular appeal. So 1 more appeal left, as there are now 2 appeals in 2024, a slight change from the 3 appeal system in 2023.
3 serving 6 in what is the decider in semi-final number 2.
Up next we have Curtis Jones against Dario Hines, and the game of the night, Mark Venom Griffith. He'll be playing against Antonia Lilman Daniel. 7 serving to 3.
7 serving 3.
Just wonder who will hold their nerve here tonight.
Another good short ball at an angle, pulling Holder into the court and winning that particular point. Blunt really needs to regain her momentum and focus. She seems to be a bit taken up tonight with the calling of the particular points. Something I've never really seen in her before.
8 serving 5.
8 now serving to 5. Somehow Blunt is realizing that these short balls are giving Holder some difficulty.
9 serving 5.
9 now serving to 5. A pretty healthy 4-point lead in this 3rd and deciding game in the 2nd semifinals.
9 serving 5.
Oh, what a defensive play from Blunt. And what is interesting is that Holder served that ball in a special way to get it back high. She got it back high, she hit it, but it was really good defending from Blunt to gain that extremely crucial point. And now the serve will change. 6 serving to 9.
And big moments, you need big plays, and that certainly was one of them.
That's an interesting call.
7 serving 9.
Somehow Holder sees it as out as well, so she doesn't appeal it. 7 now serving to 9. That gap that was as broad as the highway is now one of those smaller roads in town.
7 serving 9.
7 serving to 9. Good bump serve to the forearm.
Switch sides,
She
please.
perhaps should have tried going to the back arm of Holder for that point. And now you may see on your screen both players switching. That happens as soon as there's a final game to decide the winner, so that if there's an advantage of the court, that it would present itself to both players in the deciding game. So Maudlyn Blunt with ball in hand in the blue shirt. 7 serving to 10. 8 now serving to 10. And this ball coming back pretty high from Holder. Blunt would need her attacking game to be on. She's playing extremely conservative, which makes a whole lot of sense in this third and deciding game. And Holder tossing the racket into the air. Very frustrated with her performance in that particular shot. And I can't blame her, she smiles. She quite is aware that she should have done better. That's a real unforced error from the seeded number 2, Kim Holder.
9 serving 10.
9 now serving to 10, Joel.
I just think back to that point when she wanted that 6 to service change, and the level of confidence that that type of shot could have given her, because she's won everything since then.
That ball called out.
10 serving 10.
Fence 10 serving 10. Seems as though there's a discussion to
Official called the ball away. The service change. 11 serving
rectify
9.
that. So it's 11 serving to 9. Point awarded to Holder.
The emotions are running high here
11
at the
serving
gymnasium.
9.
11
And
serving 9.
Blunt asking for a break as she ties her laces. May very well be a good strategy in terms of thinking this game through.
11 serving 9.
11 serving to 9. Blunt goes over to the chair personnel. There's a discussion there. You can see from reading her lips I could be incorrect, but it seems as though she's saying the ball was away.
11 serving 9.
11 serving to 9. The score remains the same. Holder covering the court, taking advantage of that short ball. It's now 12 serving to 9.
Just probably looking to force it there on that occasion. Maudlyn Blunt maybe sensed that, you know, maybe she had the upper hand in that rally, but a bit of an error.
That ball looked away, but what a smashing shot called out. And if you're now joining us, Blunt won the first game 21-16 and Kim Holder won the second game 21-16. And now we are into the third and deciding game. Whoever wins this particular game will join Sheldene Waldron, who has already advanced 2 straight to the finals over Rachel Smith.
Dead ball, no serving, 12 serving 10.
12, no serving to 10. And Holder employing a smart strategy of balls short behind the net, Jewel, and then balls long back court. They seem to be creating some difficulty as she eases away. 13 serving to 10. That ball looked out. Yes, it is out. 13-11. Some errors here committed by Holder in her serves tonight. Unlike her.
Big game point coming up here.
Oh, look at that angle. I thought ball dribble and then positioning that ball quite nicely.
12 serving 13.
12 no serving to 13. This is the time in the game, Jewel, that Blunt will want to do as much thinking as possible. Employ as much strategy as she can, being a qualified road tennis coach. She's gone over to her coach, Dottin, and I'm quite sure that he's just not drying her hands, but he's encouraging her to stay the course, play as intelligently as possible, and if the opportunity arises, hit that ball.
Well, I did say it was a big game point coming up there. The reason being is that she goes into her service just being 1 down at the moment. How many service points can she win here, Maudlyn Blunt?
Well, how much she should try to win, she will want to at least win enough to change the score at 14-16 next. And that short ball really brings some excitement here to this crowd at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. A nice short ball just behind the net. And you can see the experience here in Kim Holder, a veteran of over 20 years. She's employing various road tennis strategies here. 12 now serving to 14. Maudlyn Blunt, the winner of the first game, seems to be struggling after that win, Joelle. Ooh, a short ball to a short ball. Both ladies somewhat playing a similar style. Remember that these two ladies were once in the same camp, the First Caribbean Road Tennis Elite Academy. And you can tell that they know each other's styles, and they're really pulling everything out in this third and deciding game. That ball looks in, so it's 14 serving to 14. A real shift in momentum here as the crowd here claps and cheers on Maudlyn Blunt for gaining those 2 points. And now it's 14 serving to 14.
So she has to tie those laces there. Definitely don't want to slip on those there in this big moment. 20K on the line, or rather a chance at 20K. Don't forget that final goes down right here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium on September the 22nd. That is a couple nights away. That is Sunday night. We're back here for the action. But what a picture of concentration at the moment on the screen in the form of Kim Holder. Can she draw from deep within and get herself to come back from what was 1 game down to win 2 back-to-back sets and find herself into a final that she missed out on last year?
And I'll tell you, Joelle, what I don't like about what just occurred in terms of Blunt for her advancement in this game is for her safety, so she had to tie her laces, but she won 2 consecutive points in her serves. She had the momentum, and she had to break that momentum to fix her attire. And exactly as I called it, it's now 14 serving to 15. She would have wanted to keep that momentum. 14 serving to 15. She needs at least a 15-all change of serve. She has the last serve in this natural part of the game. And there you have it, with Kim advancing 2 points. So it's now 16 serving to 14. And I can tell you that this is going to be a bit more difficult for Blunt, giving Holder that 2-point advantage. Good bounce serve. And ace.
17 serving 14 now. This is Kim Holder. This is her gymnasium at the moment. It's 18-14, and you're seeing her come out now.
Well, a pass, a volleyball player for the team, superlative, and that particular shot is a real volleyball smash in a tennis type of way. So it's now 18 serving to 14 in this most important deciding game. Kim Holder, seeded number 2, is really showing her experience. There you have it, 19-14. And as I mentioned to you earlier, Joel, it would be an uphill battle for Blunt after giving away those points and having a change of serves at 16-14. And it's now 19-14, so Holder won all 3 of her serves thus far. And Blunt needs to dig deep, but how deep can she dig? It's match and game point in the hands of Holder as she serves a 20, serving to 14.
Well, the crowd are behind her, and she senses the moment. Is this the year that she finds herself back at the Barbados Road Tennis Open final?
Well, she won in 2022. It's going to take a bit longer. It's now 15 serving to 20. The excitement of this enthralling tennis here in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
Take a bit of magic. It's going to take something of Herculean proportions for Maudlyn Blunt here to win all 5 of her service points. Kim Holder, though, she just needs one. One is enough for her.
It's not impossible, but extremely difficult. An insurmountable task here for Blunt with ball in hand. 15 serving to 20. Oh, and that one is away. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Kim Holder advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. She lost the first game 21-19. She won the second game 21-16. And now she has just won the third game 21-15. Kim Holder, congratulations to her in advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
Yeah, she missed it last year. She was disappointed with herself because she felt that she deserved to be in that final last year. And now she's back to where she believes that she belongs. She's our second finalist for the Barbados Road Tennis Open. So our finalists in the women's category confirmed. It will be Sheldene Waldron taking on Kim Holder come Sunday night right here at the Wildy Gymnasium. Kelvin, before you run off, just tell me what you enjoyed there about that final set from both women.
Well, I'll tell you this, Kim Holder proving herself to be that type of player who knows what to do on an important night in a semi-finals. She lost the first game. She came back with a different strategy. I suspected she would. She came back with her usual attacking style, and she won the second game, came back even more focused in the third and deciding game, and came away victorious. This is the depth of Kim Holder.
Well, we expected a tougher battle between these two women, and they certainly did not disappoint the crowd here on offer. So 2 matches down, that being the women's 2 semi-finals, and once again we have confirmed our women's finalists. I guess maybe for sure we saw it coming in the first one. The second one would have been a bit closer, but yeah, Sheldene Waldron should be taking on Kim Holder in that final. Very soon we're going to have a chance to talk to Kim Holder. I saw her somewhere around just now. It looks as if Kim might have disappeared away from us.
She's close. She's close. And we are ready for her.
Yeah, we're getting ready to have a conversation now with Kim Holder after what was during the long route, you would say, coming from one game down to have to winning the final two. A bit of entertainment and action going on in the middle as we're at the halftime. We're going to call it the halftime show. Coming up here, don't forget, we've got two men's matches, those semi-finals. Curtis Jones taking on Dario Hinds, and then Antonio Lilman Daniel taking on Mark Venom Griffith in what is going to be the two men's semi-finals for tonight. A big thank you to all of our sponsors, being Nation News, our platinum sponsor, Bajan Pure, our hydration sponsor, and Digicel Plus, and of course they're our telecom sponsor for this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open. It wouldn't be possible without all of them, and it certainly would not be possible without all the fans that we have on offer here at the Wilde Gymnasium. Well, it's time to talk to Kim Holder. Kim, you're back in the final. How are you feeling right now?
Good night to all my fans and family, friends. I'm blessed that I at least get the chance. The Lord gave me this chance that I could be able to come out here and actually reach final this year again. Last year was a difficult year for me, and I tried this year to push myself a little harder and try to concentrate as much as I could. But during the game there, so actually the third game, I started to get a little emotional during the game. And I was just calling on my boyfriend, my good friend. He's also like a brother to me that passed away also shortly behind my boyfriend. So last year was just a definitely rough year for me. So I just used to my boyfriend, and I call him my brother, as motivation. I keep putting him in front of me all the time. I use him as motivation, and I said I wanted to come this year and at least try to win it for them.
Well, you're certainly putting yourself in position to do just that. Yeah. Talk to me about game number one and how you felt it there, because you lost game number one. What were your thoughts after that one?
Well, actually, I know both players, we wanted the first game. So basically, when the first game, you get the first game under your belt, you feel more relaxed. And I wasn't too tense because the first game played a little close, but which I know I could have won it, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Like tonight, I come to put, give one of my best games, but tonight was just like an off night to me because I was falling too easy, and you know, and serving away balls, I don't serve away much balls, and so I just like in the over concentration and stuff, but everything will go well, man.
It did go well for you then, because I can see you have a smile here, obviously, in the end, because you're going to that final.
Yeah.
Now into that third game, things once again came down quite tight. How were you able to, I guess, hold your nerve there in the back end of it?
Actually, when I had the lead, and then she came back like 13-12, 13-0, my coach came every time he came, you got this. You don't put yourself under pressure. I tell you, I'm not feeling pressured, but I feel good. But today I just fall in some easy balls, and you know, and I started like get a little flustered, but then I tell myself, calm down. And he keep telling myself, can you put it on my shirt, put it on my shirt. Just dig deeper and play. There's a bad night, but they pull through it, and we get good results.
Well, Kim, congratulations to you. We're going to see you back here on Sunday night in that final, and all the best for that.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. That is Kim Holder, your second semi-finalist in the Barbados, or rather the second finalist in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. Well, we're at the halftime show, and it's time to head out to the middle and enjoy the action.
All right, David, hold on to this racket. Make sure it balanced good. Feeling good? Feel a little heavy? You want a lighter racket? I get a table tennis racket for you, you know. I lend David the racket for his game. Let you hold on there, Emma. Sorry. First to 5. We get David. We get 2 knockouts to come. We ain't got that much time, and that's 1. All right, David and the nation woman. Michael will commentate.
Let me get this game started. Love serving one. One serving one. Ball out. Nation woman. Service change. So this is one serving two. Two serving one, my bad. Three serving one. Four serving one.
Give it up for David. Congratulations, David. Remember Emerson Racket? Do we have the other two ticket holders? And here comes ticket holder number 3. What's your name, sir? Devontae Lane has ticket 28. Well, the thing is that how it happened is that they distributed the shirts beforehand. You had a ticket in the shirt when they collected the shirt, and my man's gonna need a racket. You want buy the Adidas racket, or you want to?
Buy this racket?
Yeah. You got the shirts in the bag. You open the shirt, and if your ticket was in the shirt or your ticket number was called, then you got selected to play tonight. You need a knocker or not? 2 knockups. Let's go quickly, guys. That's 1. I tell you, we'll be going quickly. All right, now, game number 3, Devontae versus the nation woman, Love All. One love to Devontae. Two love to Devontae. Ball good. 1 serving 2. Service change. A 1 serving 3. The score is now 1 serving 4. Game to Devontae. Congratulations, Devontae. Give it up for Devontae. Defeated the nation woman in game number 3. And my man is coming here for game number 4. Ticket number 43, and Michael will take care of this one.
Gotcha. Nation woman, you good? 4 games back to back can be easy.
She's the defending
2 ball knockout.
But don't forget, if you're interested in being a part of the beach and the pure water experience, come on down.
RT Laval.
And that game is coming up next. Beach and pure water experience.
Let's get the game started. Laval. Love serving 1. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Come on. Oh. Love serving 2. Love serving 2. Don't worry, you can still come back, don't worry. Oh. 3 love. 3 serving love.
You all ready, Alex? Thank you very much, MAUDLYN. And don't forget, if you want to be a part of the Major Pure Water Experience, then come on down.
So what's your name? Okay, guys, so Sherwin won that game, and unfortunately to the nation woman, she don't win anything. Any words from you?
I'm retired. I'm not interested in this.
Don't worry, 2 years off the board is still doing a good job.
We'll see you on Sunday once again. You're looking like you're ready for the Major Pure Water Experience, are you? My man Specs, how you doing, my brother? Good to see you. So you are part of the Major Pure Water Experience as well? All right, those are 2 contestants. How many other contestants do we have tonight for the Major Pure Water Experience? Your challenge is to drink 1 of these bottles of Bajan Pure. The first person to finish their bottle of the Bajan Pure water wins themselves a case of Bajan Pure water. We already have 2 contestants, and we have a space for 2 more. And if we get 2 more in the next 2 minutes, well, no, the next minute, then they will be entered in the competition. Otherwise, we're going down with, what's your name, sir? Genesis. And I don't want to call you Specs on you, Mike. And Jonathan. Jonathan, did you play in the tournament this year? How did it go for you? Not as good as you wanted it to go. All right, guys. I'm not seeing anyone else for the Bajan Pure Water Experience. I'm gonna actually give you a water here, because I don't want you to uncork it and false start. All right, this one is yours, Jonathan. This one is yours, Genesis. You don't want to wet up the court, so we're gonna do it where? Right here in this corner. Who we got to win this year? Jonathan?
What about Genesis? And I want everybody to know that Genesis is only 8 years old.
All right, Genesis.
Come here.
Yeah, so we want Genesis on this side of the line. We want, all right.
Sorry,
you get Bajan Pure in the background? Yeah, come here. All right, so come here and stand between me, guys. Well, on either side of me. So you want you on this side, Jonathan, and you on this side, Genesis. All right, I'll be facing that lady with the camera. All right, gentlemen, uncork your bottles. Don't spill none now.
Don't play
Ready?
too yet.
Ready?
Ready?
You deal with the count.
Over in this corner, we ready. In this corner, we ready. Gentlemen, drink.
Drink, 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 drink.
Take your time, enjoy the water.
Drink,
enjoy
drink,
the water.
drink, drink, drink.
All right,
drink,
all right,
drink.
all right. Come on. Ooh.
Stop what?
You got to turn it
Go turn it upside down.
Oh,
We have a winner. We have a
Jonathan
winner.
wins.
I mean, he got a lot on his shirt as well. The members of the Barbados Fire Service are very impressed with your use of water, Jonathan. So we thank you very much. And you have won yourself a case of Bajan pure water. Stay hydrated and keep focused and keep playing tennis. Jonathan, look at the camera. Give him a big thumbs up. Show them the Bajan pure. I'm going to collect your case of water. Genesis still drinking.
Yeah, we want to congratulate Genesis for being brave, being coming up here to stand to win a case of Bajan pure water. And I think that he deserves to win a case as well. So come on, let me hear it for Genesis.
The sponsors have really come through for the semifinals. Don't forget, on Sunday night, it's going to be the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. And it's also going to be a celebrity game where I will be playing against Sluggy Dan. So I expect all of y'all to come out here and support either me or Sluggy Dan on Sunday night. The last giveaway before we get to semifinal number 3 tonight, with the first of the men's semifinals, is a cell phone. Compliments of Digicel. You only have to answer a very simple question offered by Digicel to win this cell phone. Who is coming to win this cell phone? You already won a prize, Jonathan. You have to come on down to the court using doors A or R, guys. Come on down to the court. Someone can win themselves a cell phone, a Samsung cell phone, compliments of Digicel. You got someone here right now? One person so far.
You ready? You think you have
We only need one person
to answer this question?
Right.
One question.
But the caveat is tonight, because it's road tennis, you can't just answer this simple question. What you're going to do, you're going to run from one baseline to the next, touch it, and come back, and then answer the question. All right?
Or you could do it.
You can get this done.
Come.
You ready? So we get on this baseline. They're going to...
What's your name? All right, guys. So this is Pamela. Let me hear it for Pamela.
I don't want you to trip up over your neck, though. You ain't going to trip up over your neck? All right. So, Pamela, you got the question already, Michael?
I got the question ready.
All right, Pamela, you ready? You run into one baseline, we can touch, come back, and then Michael can ask you a question, and you got 10 seconds to answer the question, all right? On your mark. You going to? Or you going to go on the other baseline then, so you can run the next side. This one here. All right, what's your name? Jane? Zion, all right.
So Zion and Pamela.
Ready?
Ready.
On your mark, set, go! Go, Pamela, go!
Come on.
Touch the baseline and come back! Zion got here first, so Zion will get the first question. If he doesn't get it right, then we'll ask Pamela a question.
You ready, Zion? All right, team. So remember, this question is based off of Digicel. So, which Caribbean island is the birthplace of Digicel? A, Barbados, B, Jamaica, C, Trinidad, or D, St. Lucia?
No prompting from the audience.
You want me to remember? You want me to repeat the question? Are you ready? So, which Caribbean island is the birthplace of Digicel? A, Barbados, B, Jamaica, C, Trinidad, or D, St. Lucia? What's your answer?
My answer is Jamaica.
Your answer is Jamaica, and you are absolutely
Jamaica
correct.
is absolutely correct. Congratulations,
Let's say it for Zion, everyone.
Thank you so much for being a good sport. Pamela Zion was so...
Pamela.
I'll give you a hug. Give it up for Pamela, guys. And give it up for Zion. Zion, we need you to get a picture here from the... And I want you to go over there by Ariana as well and get your picture taken. The next game tonight will be semifinal number 3. Curtis Jones versus Dario Hinds. So we're going to take in some music and get you ready for game number 3 of the night.
When you should be disappear magically. I don't it's like studio beat. It's me and Daddy beat. What you know? The ladies set out like power pop. Girl bubble name blossom that buttercup. A cinnamon stick and 2 butternuts. Give me room, let me turn them up. We hit it and move. Lash it and move. Stick it and move. We walk it and move. Jerk it and move. Stab it and move. Hang and left so much bumpers confused. Every girl bumper's a target. G's on. In a dress, in a skirt, in a jeans on. Ease up and one grab a weave on. How when they jerk it and move. Weave on. Who tell you to come out in heels on? How you take 4 pan them. Seize one. And when you think that I
my God. Balance the clutch, girl. We ain't manual. You getting on like you was an animal. You never hear about Jalon Samuel. She never hear about a morning, Miss Pippi. You're so pretty. Use the kind of ticky that will break off her. Use the kind of ticky that will break off her. Use the kind of ticky that can break off her. Well, all fear me. All fear me. All fear me. I want you all fear me. All fear me. Use the bumper, all fear me. I tell you, use your bumper, all fear me. Bring that boxy, all fear me. And all fear me. All fear me. Girl, I want you. Call the child father. Call the babysitter. Outfit and you to get them by and the mummies them outside tonight. As you should. Wine and go down where Finney's still good. Wine and go down where Finney's still good. You got love handles, what handle the love. And when you're walking up, you just got the man good. Got the man good. Got the man good. The way you take talk, you got the man good. G-O-O-O-D. Put hands on your knees and walk it up, grab it up, back it up, snap it up. Da, you best friend, girl, snap it up. Da, you best friend, well, hear what to do. Whatever you want, girl, like panda too. You want to go down, well, like panda too. You want to jump down, well, like panda too. Furthermore, I want better than you, more better
semi-finals to see the exhibition game between myself, Salt, and a Sluggy Dan. That's going to be on Sunday. Wearing our Nation News shirts for a grand prize. There's going to be more giveaways on Sunday as well, so get your tickets for Sunday. And they also going to have a big cell phone to give away on Sunday for Sunday's games. And we are getting ready for game number 3 of the night. Dario Hines versus Curtis Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, Dario Hines. Dario started playing at the age of 14 after he was introduced to road tennis by a friend. His camp is Simon Bain, Kendall Hill, Christchurch. The tournaments Dario has won are the 2012 Under-21 Juniors, 2014 Under-21 Juniors, 2014 Clash of the Titans Juniors, and the 2016 Island-wide B-Class. His opponent in a semi-final number 1 of the men's is Curtis Jones. Dario says the two have met before on several occasions, noting that if they met 6 times, Jones has won 4 and Hines won 2. Dario Hines says that from the last Barbados World Tennis Open semi-final in 2022, he has learned not to jump the gun and will leave his heart on the court this year because this is a good opportunity to go to the finals, and he intends to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Barbados World Tennis Open 2024, welcome to the court, Dario Hines.
Curtis Jones. Curtis plays road tennis at Cave Hill Community Club. Tournaments won to date are Island-wide in 2014 and the Lewis Dog and Cripple tournament at Belfield in 2017. His opponent in BRTO semifinals 2024 is Dario Hines. He says the two have met about 6 times before, and he has won about 4 times, and Hines on 2 occasions. Jones is confident of a very good match between the two and is looking forward to going to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the court, Curtis Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, your semi-finalists, Curtis Jones, Dario Hines.
Well, it's time for the second half of the show. The men's showdown, the men's semi-final action in Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. We get things kicked off with semi-final number 1 of the men. It is Curtis Jones taking on Dario Hinds. Of course, I'm joined once again by John Wick to the left of me. John, what an exciting matchup we have here. Let's talk just a bit about what we have on offer for tonight.
Well, we have two very experienced road tennis players. Curtis Hinds, classified as an A-class player for well over a decade now. He's back in the Barbados Road Tennis Open, having missed the 2022 event. He's unseeded in 2024. Last year in 2023, he made a relatively early exit coming up against the number 1, Mark Griffith. And his playing style is one that Curtis keeps the ball on the court, and he has the ability to attack as well. He's up against a very well-dressed Mr. Nike, CR7 Dario Hinds, who has a very good balanced game. And Dario Hinds made it all the way to the semi-finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open in 2022. And in 2023, he lost in the round of 32 to Anton Lilman Daniel. But I think we're up for a very exciting 3-best-of-5 event. There's not a whole lot to separate these two players, and they have almost similar playing styles. It's just a question of who will do something extra tonight here in the semi-finals to birth that place a step closer to the finals.
Well, love serving love. It's time to get the men's action underway.
And Hinds will start immediately to the center. Joel, we're going to see quite a few exchanges here between these two. Just early days with Dario Hinds reaching the semi-finals here this evening. In the round of 16, he defeated Dayton Parrosh 21-14, 21-18. In the round of 16, he defeated Marson Johnson 21-15, 21-15. And he's here tonight after defending Davian Four-Stripe Taylor 16-21, 21-19, 21-19. Scored 3, serving to 1. Good start here by Jones. Winning 3 out of 4, correction. 4 out of 5 of his serves. Good start here by Jones.
1, the serve to 4.
You look at the route of Jones to this semi-final, probably had the easier route when you think about the fact that that quarter-final match for him.
Yes, Jones had to walk over Emar Edwards in the quarterfinals to be here tonight. But previously, he would have defeated the number 2 seed in Shaquem Nurse in the round of 16. In the round of 32, correction. He defeated Shaquem Nurse 21-17, 17-21, 21-19. And in the round of 16, he defeated Sean Spencer 17-21, 21-16, 21-19. Yes, there's nothing to advance into a semi-final, Joel, and not having to hit a ball.
It's true. He's got to hit a couple here tonight. He's doing quite well at the moment.
Hinds, the number 3 seed. I'm going for a bit much on that last form. That one going beyond the line. For our viewers, the road tennis score is measured at 21/10 with a height of 8 inches. 2 now serving to 6. Oh, good work by Hinds. No real power on that last form shot, but good placement, weight off, and he was able to take a very important 3rd point in game number 1.
Interesting when they mentioned the stats at the beginning. And they said if 6 matches were played between the pair, then Jones would have won 4 out of those 6.
Yes, and with Hinds, he won the last matchup, and he's here this evening seeking to take that 6-7 if he can, and I'm sure Jones has alternative plans of closing the gap as well. A good form not long ago by HINDS, claiming that 4th point. 6 now serving to 4. Jones opting to go for the 4 rather than the back arm. And for our viewers, if you're now joining us, we have Dario HINDS in the blue shirt and his opponent in Curtis Jones in the red shirt. And we are at the semifinals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. Viewers, spectators, wherever you are, buckle up. We're going to have some really long exchanges by these two players this evening. And it may come down, Joe, to a matter of fitness. 8 serving out to 5. Jones still maintaining the lead. Oh, we see HINDS increasing the MPH of that last form, a bit more speed. But the ball adjudged away. 9 now serving to 5.
You mentioned the factor of endurance, and if it comes up to that, Dario HINDS might want to favour himself, given that they know that he's a fitness trainer as well.
Yes, he is a fitness trainer. And let's see if he's going to bring that element of his talent to the fore here this evening. As he comes back to court, he'll be serving at 5, serving to 10 in this game of road tennis. And the players, there's a 15-second towel break. And at times, players, Joe, use that opportunity to take an instruction or two on the side. In the coaching chair for Dario HINDS, we have Justin HINDS, his brother. And in the chair for Curtis Jones, we have Kevin Daniel.
6-10.
HINDS was off to a relatively slow start in his quarterfinal match as well. And let's see if this is one of those occasions where he needs to build as the game goes on. But good work. 2-2 so far. Certainly we'll be looking to utilize these 5 serves to close this first half of game number 1. Looking very competitive. 8 now serving to 10. Oh, what an injection already by Jones. Up to the task here this evening. HINDS opting to go the drop shot route, and Jones saying this is what a drop really looks like. And he took even more of it off. Well done to Jones. 8 will now serve to 11. Oh, you can hear HINDS as he expresses the extra press on the pedal in that last shot. As 11 will now serve to 9. He will certainly need to keep the revs up here this evening if he's going to get through a defensive player like Jones as well. 11 serving to 9. Not the most explosive hitters, these two, Joel, but they at times can be a little heavy, and the placement of the shot tends to help them more so than the power.
12 serving 9 at the moment for Curtis Jones.
Oh, again, Jones mixing the shots here this evening, deceiving HINDS in that drop shot. Well played, Curtis Jones. Jones, an A-class player for many years, 47 years old now, and looking to make a real big impression in 2024. And he will need more of those clever plays in this semi-final matchup. 14 now, serving to 9. Oh, again, Hines looking to double take on the forearm.
Well, Hines looking to have his first appeal of the night.
B-line. D-A. DM. B-line. DM. B-line. The B-line. B, boy. B-line. As you said a bit earlier, Joel, we have Hines, who is a fitness instructor, and he certainly knows the importance of fitness. Let's see if he can bring it to the event here this evening. He's 28 years old, and he won the Under 21 championship in 2012 and 2014. In 2014, he won the Clash of Titans. In 2016, he won a big class island-wide tournament. So he's really no stranger to the big stage, and he's been to finals, to the semifinals on numerous occasions. In 2020, we made it to the semifinals of the This Is Who We Are tournament. Made it all the way to 5 major A-class semifinals. And tonight, we'll make it 6. He's looking to Hines, but his place in the finals of the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024.
It was very interesting. It's something that we talked about when the women were playing. And during the long breaks, we saw that they were sitting down. Here now at the moment, we're seeing that both gentlemen are just standing up, keeping their body moving around.
So we're waiting for that review. We can share a bit on Curtis Hines as well. After taking a break to some degree in 2022, Curtis Hines really started playing the sport of road tennis from primary school level. On his return to Barbados, he was very much in love with playing basketball, but switched from basketball and started to play road tennis. Curtis Hines would have won his first recognized championship at the age of 25. And for many years, he would have competed at a very high level, getting all the way to the finals on many occasions, but was never able to get over the hurdle up against persons like Julian Michael Jackson White and Mark Van Griffith, who will be coming up here this evening. You know, Griffith has a very strong reputation, but they've met several times, but always struggled to get past Griffith.
It's going to be very interesting, and I know that the crowd is building simply for that last matchup on here tonight, because we said at the very beginning, a lot of people are dubbing it as the final before the final, and there was talk about it, and I believe that actual interview was done with Venom, and it was asked, okay, if there was one player that could probably get past you, he said, okay, if there is one, it could be Antonio Little Man Daniel, and we say, okay, for sure we know if it goes to the full 5, fitness becomes a factor there, so certainly Antonio Little Man Daniel must be looking to win it in 3 a little later tonight, but hey, let's not speculate. Let's wait until that one happens. Still waiting here to get that review going, and it goes back now to just the fact that, okay, players, you know, body warm into a bit of a rhythm, into a bit of momentum, and all of a sudden now into that cold phase, that cold factor, having to mentally deal with that additionally long break. Who does it favor? Who is able to pick back up, you know, coming out of it? So it'll be very interesting to see what happens here.
And sometimes, you know, you can play for one and go against the other. A break sometimes can give a player an opportunity to catch the breath. But as you said, which I do agree, the question of who can get back into the rhythm as quickly as the individual possibly can. We still have Jones with a 5-point lead, serving out 14-9. a good exchange by both players. In the end, Jones stealing that point. Hines going for a bit much, taking the painter already painted line.
10, the serve to 15.
So 10 now serving to 15 as Jones maintains this 5-point lead on Hines.
15.
Let's see if Hines can use his 5 serves to close and press in the latter part of game number 1. Oh, what a backarm by Curtis Jones. Placement to perfection, well executed here by Jones. 10 will now serve to 16.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing the experience of Jones come to the fore at the moment.
Oh, and that one kisses the net, really giving Hines no chance whatsoever. And he will now serve at 10, serving to 17. The experienced Jones is off to a really great start in game number 1.
10, 18.
Jones dishing up a variety of balls here this evening. Hines really needs to settle down and read what is coming in his direction. Again, good weight off. Good weight off by Jones. 10 now serving to 19. Jones just 2 points away. And Hines again.
First game point now to Curtis Jones at 20-10.
Haven't seen this type of Hines for a while. Quite a few unforced errors. And that one will add to the errors here this evening by Hines, giving Curtis Jones game number 1 almost on a platter here. Quite easy game number 1 for Jones. I'm quite sure that Jones and his coach should be happy with this start. For our viewers, it's a 3 best in 5 to determine who will advance to the semi-finals of the Barbados Road, the finals, correction, of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
We're looking at the moment at those unforced errors in set number 1. Is actually something I was going to bring up there in terms of the point, because it appears as if Hines has just been looking to force the game a bit too much, and because of that is why we're seeing those 9 unforced errors from him. And anytime you have 9 unforced errors against somebody with the experience of Curtis Jones, it certainly will come out on the losing end of things. What does Hines need to do different here in game number 2?
I strongly believe that Hines just needs to be Hines. That is, be patient, keep the ball on the court, and he needs to probably think about who's the fitter man here. Can I take this to 5 games of tennis? But it really will not happen if you're seeking to rush and get those points over as quickly as he attempted to do in game number 1.
There again, you go back to that patience factor. How patient can Hines be here tonight?
Love now serving to 2. Hines really need to bring something special here as quickly as he can.
1, 2.
But a very good start by Jones, taking game number 1 at 21-11. This is looking like a bit more settled Hines. We anticipated this matchup will have quite a few long rallies. He will now serve at 2, serving to 2. Oh, that is easy. Easy picking for a player of the caliber of Curtis Jones. And the ball was there for the taking. And Jones pronounced on that one and clinch a very important 3rd point. And Jones off to a very good start in game number 2 with a mini break. And he will serve at 3, serving to 2.
Time. 3, 2.
Jones continues to bring all of the experience to the fore this evening. Mixing the serves well, working the center court in particular. You will have seen many battles over the years with Curtis Jones getting all the way to the finals on quite a few occasions. And tonight he's off to a really good start. Can he maintain this start and face yet another finals? Oh, better rally. Good exchange again. In the end, the form coming to the party for Dario HINDS. Stealing that one in the end as 5 will now serve to 3.
And we look at the 2 longer rallies for the night. Both of them were won by Dario HINDS.
Oh, again.
Appeal from the B side of the court. B, E, line, B, E on the B side of the court.
Well, the first appeal of the night from Curtis Jones on the B side of the court. Initial reaction gave the impression that it was in. And looking at that replay, it looks as if it's comfortably in as well. So momentum going in the favor of the moment of Dario HINDS. And I mentioned the fact that he's played much longer rallies in this game and coming on top of the 2 longer rallies in it.
And on that occasion, a very good shot by HINDS. It's important that should he stay competitive here with Jones this evening, that when those opportunities come, he capitalizes on those. 5 will now serve to 4, I believe.
Let's bring up the score.
Yes, indeed. 5 serving 4.
5-4. Appeal, A side of the court, line AC, which is the base line. Appeal on
Was appeal on the baseline. It was called in, and instantly you saw Dario HINDS' hands go in the air. He had the best vantage point of it on that baseline. Instantly he said it was out. How close was it? Well, we have the technology to decide it all for us. Don't forget, there are 2 reviews per game, per player.
Yes, Dario was in a really good position, and he really expressed a lot of confidence. He quickly asked the question, and let's see what replay he gets. And to our viewers wherever you are around the world, it's good to have you in company. You're watching the semi-finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. A bit earlier, we saw Kim Holder advancing to the finals, and she will come up against Sheldene Warren, as we have our ladies 2 already picked for us. We're now moving into the men to see which of these matchups this evening and who will advance.
Yeah, that women's final certainly a very, very big one. Of course, you know, Kim Holder always finds inspiration from somewhere, and she talked about the fact that, you know what, she has those that she's out there playing for, and they're motivating her to keep going, keep coming strong. But okay, she didn't feel her best in game number 1, but she wasn't flustered, she wasn't worried. Came back winning the last 2 games, and you know what, she said she's ready for the final. Sheldene Waldron had the easier of the semi-final matchups, but she too is cool, calm, and collected. So it should be a very big final for those women, but they just wonder who is going to be in that final for the men. At the moment, if you're going based on what we're seeing out there, it appears that maybe it could be Curtis Jones. I don't think if that might be the particular ball in question. I'm not sure, because that's well in, and if so, that would have to be a very bad judgment call there from Dario HINDS.
And the ball is
The ball is good. You have one appeal left. Service change.
so the official ball is a judge,
4, 6.
and 4 will now serve to 6.
It's just so interesting, the reaction of Hinds in the moment before, and it made you feel as if he said definitely it was. But no, well in.
Oh, well done, Dario Hinds. The question of all, the ultimate question is, how many balls do I have to hit to win a point here this evening? We are going to be in for a lot of exchanges by these two players. Good ball movement, left and right, backhand form, and really good work by Hinds, as he will now serve at 5-7. That was for the taking once again. Good play here by Dario Hinds. The ball in the paint, as you would say, giving him a good bounce. And he pounced on that one. Very good shot by Hinds. 6 will now serve to 7.
Yeah, certainly looking a lot better in his second game now, Dario Hinds.
Hinds is known for his back arm, and again he sent a message using the back arm on that particular occasion and getting the reward. And the score will now be 7 serving to 7. We all know Hinds is going to be very persistent, hard guy to fight up against when it comes to his back arm. 7 will now serve to 7. Good work by Hinds. Oh, well done, Hinds.
We talked about the fact that he appeared as if he was rushing it, forcing it in game 1. Now playing a bit more patient here in game number 2, and it's working out in his favor. He's got his first lead of the night. So he's made a very quick adjustment between game 1 and game 2 in terms of his style of play, Dario Hinds, and at the moment it's working for him.
Yes, we saw this type of Hinds in the matchup last night in the quarterfinals. He was off to a slower start, although he was against a very attacking player. Oh, good try, good shot. Well played, Jones. Good power shot. Even score, 8 apiece. Both players using all tactics, drop shots, power shots. I was about to say Hinds was off to a slow start in the quarterfinals, and he seems to be picking up here in the semifinals tonight. In game number 2. Oh, looking for something extra once again. Could not resist the temptation of going for that power shot using the form. Score now 9 will serve to 9. Hinds really needs to stay close if he can take this game number 2. 9 serving to 9. There's been much talk, Joel, on this particular matchup for the last couple of days. I would say the 50-50 split.
Which means that you're pinning the ball. The pin. The B side. B-E line. B-E line.
So once again, we have a review by our chair umpire, Mr. Christopher Griffith. in the game of road tennis, if a person appeals on the ball, play stops immediately, as you are seeing here. And Griffith now is waiting to see how that ball actually played, and he will make a decision with the help of our technology here this evening.
Well, the technology is telling us that that ball is good.
Looks good from
on
here.
that B line. And confirmation there, ball in.
The ball is in. You have no appeals left.
Well, he has no appeals left now, Curtis Jones. He's exhausted his 2 appeals here in game number 2. 9 now serving 10.
Oh, good shot. That one somewhat backcourt trapping. Hines not having enough time to play a comfortable form, and 10 will now serve to 10.
Looking a much better player here in game number 2 is Dario Hines.
Let's see if Hines can build on this lead he has. Ball. Again, we have an appeal.
Both player and coach instantly said we're going to appeal that one.
B-side, the baseline, B-D.
We're looking at that baseline for this particular appeal. If we think back maybe 5 minutes ago when he asked for an appeal, that ball was well in. This time, let's see whether or not it goes in his favor, Dario Hines. He's into what is a very good rhythm, a very good momentum at the moment.
Well, we're just seeing once again another break coming up. But Dario Hines, he's 2 points leading at 12-10. He was a semi-finalist in 2022, and he's certainly looking to go beyond semi-finals here in 2024. We have the return of Curtis Jones, the A-class player, who missed 2022, returned in 2023, and here he is putting a really good performance in 2024, here in the semi-finals, looking to get a place in the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open in 2024. Both players looking to take that first step in this competition as a finalist.
Well, it certainly will mean a lot to whoever is able to get into their first Barbados Road Tennis Open final. Don't forget, we're waiting on the review at the moment on that baseline.
So as you wait, the ball looks according to the review. We have the official position shortly.
The ball is in. Well, 10.
12 serving 10.
Oh, good play here by
12,
Jones.
11.
Going on the attack and getting some reward. 12 now, serving to 11.
All.
Jones looking to claim number 2, take a comfortable 2-game lead if he can. But I'm sure his opponent in Dario Hines has alternative plans. 12 will now serve to 13, a good crowd building. All, I must say, Joel, looking forward to the grand finale this evening with Mark Vanna Griffith coming up against Antoine Loma Daniel. Quite sure that one will have quite a bit of energy here in the gymnasium.
Well, this is good tennis.
What an exchange. A player enthralled into the crowd here at the gymnasium. Excited, some energy, finally. Good, very good exchange by both players. In the end, Jones stealing that point. Well done to Jones. As we said to our viewers a bit earlier, this pair, they're playing styles. We're going to have some really long exchanges, and we're seeing it at score now 14, serving to 14.
Then on 15-14.
So Jones pushes his nose in front. So he's certainly be looking for that 16th point. And Dario Hines will certainly be a lot more comfortable at 15, serving to 15. Good work by Hines, staying with the form of his opponent in Jones. 15 will now serve to 15. The natural course of play. Jones will have the last serve.
Time.
The players took a towel break. 15 seconds in Euro tennis. 15 now, serving to 15. Good work by Jones. Good backcourt placement and center as well. Hines struggled to return. Oh, that one kisses the net and drops in back line on Hines. Hines going for a bit much. And he will now serve at 15-17 as Jones builds a very important 2-point lead in the latter part of this second and very important game. 15 now, serving to 17. Good form.
16
by Hines.
17.
You see the disgust look on the face of Jones. He really felt he should have done better with that form. I understand why. He was on a 3-point rally. 3 points in a row would have been really good. Keep the pressure on his opponent. However, we have a score of 16 now, serving to 17. Oh, intelligent tennis by Hines. Change of serve, good bounce serve, center, and weight off. And drawing a drop shot to some degree by Jones, and a good put away through the backhand by Hines. 17 now will serve to 17.
Service change. 17.
Oh, service change at 17-18.
I'm sure that Hines will be happy with 3 out of 5. Knows in front by 1 at 18, looking for that 19th point. Oh, well done, Dario Hines. Good placement, good power to the backhand. Effort by his opponent in Jones. But this is good for Hines in the closing stages of game number 2. Oh, easy put away for a player like Jones.
19.
that one kissing the net and giving Jones a very comfortable bounce, an easy look. And he put that one away with great ease. Jolly, would you have missed that?
Maybe not. Maybe not. 18 serving 19.
In road tennis, we call those penalties. Oh, brilliance. Oh, what a shot by Curtis Jones. Changing direction at a time when it really matters. Placement to perfection. Placement to perfection. Score 19, but now serve to 19.
Feels as if he made a mistake there, Dario Hines, in terms of the judgment of that ball.
19 now serving to 19. Jones again opting to go way off to the form, back to the form. Getting that very important 20th point. 1 point away from game, taking game number 2. Bounce serve to the form once again. Oh, and he gets the intended point.
21-19.
And 21-19 as Curtis Jones takes the second game here and looks to be in a good position. He's going to certainly take a big effort from Dario Hines. If he's going to make something special happen this evening, he needs to do so starting from game number 3.
Yeah, he's definitely going to take a big effort from Dario Hines. He came back well in that second game, got himself into what was a very good position. And you look at those unforced errors, 16 unforced errors from him. When you think about it once again, going back into the conversation with regards to you're playing somebody with the experience of Curtis Jones, have to ensure you just reduce your unforced errors game. He did actually that in game number 2. However, the experience of Curtis Jones just came to the before and trumped all.
Yes, he did. And Curtis Jones having 8 winners compared to the 9 winners by Dario Hines. And Curtis Jones, 12% serves, 9 for Dario Hines. And Dario Hines will certainly need to dig really deep here this evening if he's going to stop Curtis Jones, who seems to be in a pretty good position. But let's see how this one goes, Joel. Fitness may come to this party sooner than we expect.
Well, if Hines is to get to the finals, he has to do it the long route. He's got to go about the roundabout. Well, we're into game number 3 here. And at the moment, it is everything going in the direction of Curtis Jones. Another 20 points in this one, and he will find himself a spot in the final. Hines, though, will want to break that momentum, drag the game deeper.
Jones came into this competition having missed it in 2022. He's unseeded here this evening, but even though he's not seeded, he's known as an A-class player, and he continues to demonstrate in 2024 that he's A-class material. He's here at the semifinals, looking for that place in the finals.
1-2.
Hines, on the other hand, is a number 3 seed, and he too, I'm sure, came here with intentions to advance to the finals. But Hines will really need to dig really deep if he's going to make that happen here this evening. So 2 serving to 3. For those persons now joining us, and Dario Hines is the player in the blue shirt, and his opponent in Curtis Jones in the red shirt.
3-all.
Good battle work here by Hines. He always looks comfortable using the backarm as he did on that occasion. But it's important that the forehand comes to the party as well. Let's see if you'll see a better performance from the forearm of Dario Hines in this game, and very important game number 3.
4-all.
Jones continues to stay very focused on the task ahead.
4-all.
4-all at the moment. We're into game number 3.
Ball is net. 4-5.
Just going a bit long on that occasion from Hines.
Yes, Hines going for the power, and that one going beyond the court measurement of 21/10.
5-all.
Well, he wins his final service point, bringing us now to 5-all in game number 3.
Yes, it's important that Hines really get that forearm involved here this evening. He's running out of time, and it's important that he gets the forearm in game number 3.
5-all.
Start some level of confidence and control if he's going to take this to yet another game. But this very important game number 3, the score of 5-5.
Game ball. 5-6.
Hines still continue to stay close using the back arm. 5 now serving to 6.
6-all.
Jones seeing something happening as it relates to
7-6.
Hines' form. Jones continues to work that what appears to be a weak point here at this stage for Hines. Hines struggling to get that form on court, and a player of Jones's intelligence will exploit it every time.
7-all.
Even score at 7-all.
A bit of tick for tack here in game number 3. Trading points, these players.
All. 7-8. Service change. 8 the serve to 7.
Expression on Hines was like wondering what happened there, but the ball was judged away. Correction, it was its point. 8 serving to 7.
8-all. 8-all.
Hines
9.
getting a bit more
8.
involved, using the forearm to the back arm, getting that very important 9th point. But he really needs to press on if he possibly can. Oh, again, looking for too much on that forearm.
9-all.
Really struggling with the form here so far. That's a good change of serve
9.
by Hines. He's known for varying his serves every now and then, and in that particular serve, he took the weight off, a short serve,
10.
and got
9.
the just reward. So 10 will now serve to 9. Hines looking to keep this 2 best in 3 event alive. Better
9,
shot
11.
by Hines. He takes the tower break, and Jones will return to serve at 9-11. And for our viewers, the tower break 15 seconds. And we see both players taking the opportunity to take some instruction as well. In the chair for Curtis Hines, we have Kevin Daniel.
9-11.
For Dario Hines, his younger brother, and Justin Hines is his coach. So 9 will now serve to 11. Curtis Hines on the attack. Curtis Hines is on the attack. Dario Hines questions that last shot. Curtis Jones on the attack. Dario Hines is questioning that last play. And we'll go once again for review.
Trying to read what he's saying at the moment, as if he was saying the ball before, is what I believe he was having a conversation with the chair umpire about. We're going to get that review going. His first review of this third game. Don't forget, we got another semi-final coming up later tonight. And that semi-final is Antonio Lilman Daniel taking on Mark Venom Griffith. And that definitely is a curtain closer worth watching.
Hines knows the importance of that particular point as he's trying his best to take this third game to keep his hope alive in the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024. The experienced Jones looks pretty cool, taking in the music and looking rather relaxed here this evening.
So that one well within the court there.
Well played by Jones. A good mix, good attack. I haven't seen a lot of attacking by Jones this evening, but that was one of those points that he constructed brilliantly. So even score, 11 will serve to 11.
11 all.
Oh, Hines looking to keep that ball away to trap his opponent, Jones, in the back arm. But that one going beyond the line. And 12 will now serve to 12.
This game 3 shaping up quite similar to game number 2 between these two. Very close encounter and a good rally at the moment.
Jones persisting with the form, direction, getting the result. Good exchange by both players, but in the end, the experienced Jones continues to work the form of Hines. And this is good work here by Jones, looking for that place in the Barbados Short Tennis Open Finals 2024.
12 serving to 13.
12 serving to 13 at the moment.
Hines, what will he do with his 5 serves? Playing road tennis has 5 serves.
13 all.
Oh, that one kisses the net.
13, 14.
Hines could not believe such. But 13 now will serve to 14. Jones slightly ahead. Easing close to that position of a finalist here in the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024. 13 now serving to 15. Oh, and the form again. Hines unable to turn the table around when it comes to the form. And Jones certainly enjoying this lead, 3 points and building. Oh, what a response. What a response from Dario Hines. A point that Jones really felt it was all his until the return came back from Hines. A very important point as well as a serve will change at 16-14. Joel a lot better than the 17-13 score here this evening. Well done by Hines. But is it enough? We'll see.
Yeah, definitely was a shot of authority there from Hines. He's going to have to settle back down here.
Oh, and Dario Hines decides that I am going to take the attack to you instead. That's a very good instead of form by Hines. Are we seeing the form coming to the party? Hines seems to be taking these pressure moments and taking them well. 16 will now serve to 16. Hines in good position for a mini break, just 1 point away. And that one is adjudged away.
16-17.
16-17.
16-17.
So Hines with a mini break already. Let's see if he can improve on that 3 out of 5 he has at this point. 16 will now serve to 17.
Big point coming up here.
Oh, again, that one kisses the net and goes beyond the measured court of 21 by 10. Dario Hines will return to serve at 18-17 to keep his hope alive in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024 and his chance to advance into the finals here at the gymnasium. 18 now serving to 17. I'm sure that Jones has alternative plans.
3 points away from forcing a game at number 4 here in this semi-final, number 1 of the men's matchup. Does he have it within him? And now 2 points away, Dario Hines.
19-17. I'm sure Hines, he displays some good, at times he didn't relax. He was smiling even though the pressure was on. He was able to play a couple forms. Appears to be getting out of jail, but is he out of jail? And he will now serve at 19-17. Oh, good play here by Jones on the attack. Hines not able to defend that last point. Oh, well played, Dario Hines.
20-18.
And Dario Hines will serve at 20-18.
20-18.
Very important point here for Hines if he's going to take us into a 4th game of the Barbados Road Tennis Open semi-finals, as both players seeking for the birth that path to the finals. 2018. Oh, he does it. As that one goes beyond. That one goes beyond the line. Dario Hines taking game number 3 at 21-18. In game number 3, Curtis Jones having 7 on force arrows compared to the 6 by Dario Hines. This was good work by Hines, pushing us into a 4th game to keep his hope alive in this semi-final matchup. At this time, I'm joined by none other by that Calvin Bruce Willis. Scott, good evening to you, Calvin. We have some serious action here on our hands as it heats up here. We saw Dario Hines taking game number 3 and looking to take this to a 5 if he possibly can. Calvin, your thoughts?
Well, as you mentioned before, John, Curtis Jones winning the first game by a landslide, 21-11. The second game, 21-19, which was a bit closer and perhaps an indication of how the third game will go. And Dario Hines winning the third game, 21-18. In this semi-finals and the finals, the males will be playing 3 best of 5, and now we are into the 4th game.
Smile on the face on Hines.
Some really good long exchanges in that last bout. And I'll tell you, the young man, the 28-year-old Dario Hines, will not be giving up that easily, as showcased in the last game. But the experience of Curtis Jones is showing why he's regarded as a title contender. And as you saw in the previous game, John, the players being extremely cautious with their appeals, saying that in 2024, the appeals have been reduced from 3 to 2 per player.
Hines looking to again put that one away to the form of finding the net on that occasion. He was served not 1, serving to 2.
And John, what do you think about these short serves that Hines is employing?
Well, Hines is known for his serves, and those short serves at times can be deceiving to an opponent. I think he's using them well tonight. Let's see if he can continue to mix his serve and see what benefits he can derive from the variation.
And you know, John, when we had the interview earlier this week with Curtis Jones, he said to us he was fortunate to advance to the semi-finals without playing Emar Edwards for the very fact that his right elbow has been given some trouble and he didn't play for at least 2 weeks. Would that perhaps play a role now in this 4th game after Hines just won 21-18?
That's left to be seen, but Hines, having won the 3rd game, he's really not out of the woods as yet. Oh, good work here again by Jones. Very good exchange by both players.
That exquisite audible noise of the ball touching this wood. And that ball being thrust to the side of the court, putting Jones on the ground.
That was a good backhand weight off by Hines, deceiving Jones. And Jones will now serve at 4-7-4.
I'll tell you, Jones would definitely want to win this game or walk away 3-1. Certainly not look for a 5th game.
Oh, good work again, Jones. Well done, good exchanges. Again, it's important that the form of Hines remain in this party. He did well in game number 2, in game number 3, correction. And let's see if he can maintain that level of intensity and if he's going to take game number 4 to keep his chances alive of advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open in 2024.
And if you're now joining us, we have the two ladies advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. Sheldene Waldron will face Kim Holder on Sunday the 22nd. And now it's the first in two semi-finals for the men, with Curtis Jones winning the first game 21-11, the second game 21-19, and Dario Hinds winning the third game 21-18, and now it's 5-7 in the fourth game.
Important that Hinds stay really close to Jones.
5-8.
Hinds looking for a bit much in that last forearm. Ball judged away.
5-8.
Another short serve. And this is a fair amount of balls that Hinds has hit into the net. Somehow he needs to adjust his body. He's a bit high and tall in the air for these particular shots, John. And perhaps his younger brother Justin is telling him, you need to lower your body, keep the ball as low as possible, and then when it rises high, attack it.
Good work by Hinds.
Nine,
Very important
6.
fourth game. And Jones will now serve at 9-6.
9-6.
And of course, up next we have Mark Venom Griffith. He'll be playing against Antonio Lilman Daniel. A man a lot of the crowd came here to see. 9 now serving to 7, John.
Good backcourt play by Hinds. Jones really felt he should have done better with that last shot. Oh, very good
John,
shot.
That's a very interesting call. A call that Jones did not even recognize himself. But Ron Bates, the line official, called that particular ball out. And it's an appeal.
On the B side, B-E.
On the B side, BE court. Yes. And this is some very interesting tennis. I'm quite sure that if Hinds wins this particular game, it would give him the momentum necessary to fight even harder for that fifth and deciding game.
Yes, Hinds needs to stay as he is at this point, close to his opponent in Jones.
And the ball is in, and in by a fair amount of inches as well, because this white line is 2 inches. So we're pretty much looking at about 3.5 inches. So the point will be squashed, or as we would say in the Bajan parlance for road tennis, half. Jones really turning this ball left and right with so much accuracy and precision. Some extremely good exchanges. 9 serving to 8. It appears, John, as though this game is going to be close right down to the end.
A ball that Jones should have done a lot better with. And that one tipping the net and going beyond the court. 9 will now serve to 8. Good work by Hinds. Even score at 9 all.
And over the years, Jones has proven to be extremely difficult for Hinds, winning somewhat 4 out of 6 games.
Oh, again, Jones finding the net. And that one parried all the way beyond the line.
He really should have done much better with that ball. It was high. He had enough time. He got his body to the ball, and then he spoiled it.
Good playing by Jones. So 10 will now serve to 10 with Hinds attempting to drag the back arm through his opponent's back arm and not finding the court on that last shot. We have an even score at 10, now serving to 10 with the pressure to some degree here on Hinds, with Jones having won the first 2 games and just looking for that third game to advance to the finals.
Many critics have been criticizing Hinds' game of recent times, the high lobbing backcourt tennis. But it seems to have worked thus far. He's here in the semifinals. 10 now serving to 11.
Good bounce serve by Hinds to the forearm. Jones getting some instructions from his coach. Acknowledges them as well. 10, 11, serving to 11. Again, good bounce serve right to the forearm by Hinds. Let's see if he go for the third. Changes to the center court. Oh, this is Dario Hinds in full flight this evening. Very good move by Hinds. Good setup, excellent closure. Well done, Hinds.
And I'll tell you, John, I was really worrying. Why is it that Hinds was not using his attacking game in the previous games? He was playing a very rally conservative type of tennis. But he seems more confident in this 4th game.
Well done, Jones. Again, a good exchange. We expect that these 2 players will continue to rally quite a few balls to earn that very important point. In the end, Jones stealing that point. Tower break, 15 seconds. As you can see, players taking some instructions as well. As Jones will now serve at 12, serving to 13.
And I'll tell you, John, excellent shot from Jones. He's hitting this ball extremely clean. He has full range of control over each and every shot.
Yeah,
this man looks like a man who is intended to lift that $20,000 prize in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
14, 13.
Hinds looking to use the back arm inside out, missing the line, as Jones will serve at 14-13.
That's a very wild attack. An unnecessary, unforced error there from Hinds.
Oh, Hinds
And again.
Looking for more than necessary here. I believe feeling the pressure from Jones, giving that extra ball. And good work here by Jones. Hinds say, settle, just settle. Better play by Hinds on his form. He's very comfortable with the form plays. Hinds known to have a better form than a better back arm correction than his form. And this evening we are seeing how the back arm seems to be saving Hinds under those pressure points.
And I'll tell you, John, it seems as though Curtis Jones has an answer for every question being asked by Hinds.
Not that one. Very good shot by Hinds. Good
16.
ball placement. A little extra speed in that last form. Way to the form of Jones, who was unable to control the return.
15.
And Hinds will serve at 15-13.
Of course, to you viewers at home, we have a very exciting matchup next. The man, Antonio Lil Man Daniel, he'll be coming up against the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith.
Oh, what a put away by Hinds.
16. All.
Good work again by Hinds, forcing Jones to lob that ball per se, just short behind the net. And Dario Hinds up to the task and prompts on that one. Now we have a question on that particular call.
It's the Barbados Road Tennis Open. Brought to you with the kindest compliments.
So it's B-side baseline. That's the angle that we're trying to pick up.
Game seems to be going quite similar to game number 3.
And if it continues on that particular path, then we're looking for one more game. It's 3 best of 5. And so far, Curtis Jones won the first game 21-11, 21-19 the second game, and Dario Hinds won the third game 21-18. The exciting Antonio Lil Man Daniel stands next to me with his sword in his hand, and he's ready.
Coming up is that big, heavily anticipated match. Mark Venom Griffith up against the most explosive, exciting road tennis in the world, Antonio Lil Man Daniel. As we wait the official call on that last point, the score 16-all.
So special good evening to our sponsors, Nation News, 50 years in the business, Belgium Pure, and of course Digicel Plus.
Hinds looking to advance, but will take winning this game and yet another game if he's going to pull off that magical 3 straight win here this evening, 3 from behind.
So it's all over to the technology employed this year in the 2024 Barbados Road Tennis Open. That particular 120 frames camera will determine this point, and it's coming up soon. So it's all about our platinum sponsor, Nation News, our hydration partner, Belgium Pure, and of course, if you're watching it at home, it's all about Digicel Plus.
Calvin, the interesting thing here about these two players, and we haven't seen from other players all night long, is that we're waiting for the official decision on that particular point. But unlike other players a bit earlier where persons were going to have a seat and having a chat with their coach, here we have 2 players, very experienced players, who remain walking around and staying, keeping the body in a certain kind of place and being ready for when that decision comes back. A good move by both players.
Well, it's a smart move. They're into the 4th game, and that ball looks pretty good to me. And we'll see what the entire review system. Yes, it is. Ball is in.
The ball is in. That's the baseline. You have 1 challenge left, Mr. Jones.
Well, he has 1 appeal left. In 2023, you had 3 appeals. Now you only have 2.
All.
Even score 16-all. Again, Dario Hinds using that short serve and getting
16.
a reward again. Good deception here by Hinds. Can he get that 19th point to create some pressure on Jones? Oh, that one kisses the net.
17 all.
Goes
17
beyond the court.
serving to 17. Jones will have the last serve. That will be a determining factor in terms of how the game will go.
17 all.
Hinds would definitely want to win this particular point to be relevant in the game.
Well done,
And
Hinds.
he does.
Service
Good form serve. And the form return back to the form of Jones. Well done, Hinds. He needs now to be thinking of that magic number of 21. He's 3 points away. Let's say 2.
Jones is appealing the last ball. B-side, the baseline, B-D line. The B-side, the baseline.
So that's the B-side baseline BD angle that we're looking for on this particular review. And I'll tell you, John, yes, you may have to wait a little bit for the review system to show us the accuracy of that shot. But when you consider $10,000 US at stake, you can appreciate the importance of technology as this indigenous sport of ours advances across the world. Special good evening to those of you in Canada, Jessica, and of course Ras Stephen Griffith and the entire Road Tennis Association down there. Of course, we have the diaspora in New York still playing road tennis. Special good evening to Pepper Holder and of course the team that plays in Queens. Road tennis traveling as far as Guyana, as we will have a Guyana watch party for the finals. And that particular ball looks in by a fair amount. John?
Yes, it looks like a good ball. I always leave it to the officials. I wait for the official word on that one. A very important point here for Dario Hinds.
Certainly is.
So, Hinds earning his 19th point. Correct, 17-19.
17-19.
Hinds 2 points away from taking us into game number 5 here. Oh, good attack, shot, counter attack by Jones. 18-19.
And if you've just joined us, Curtis Jones won the first 2 games. Dario Hinds won the 3rd, and now we're into the 4th game.
Oh,
and
that
Hinds
one tips the
a
net
bit closer to the end.
and gives Dario Hinds that 20th point. I'm sure people like Sandra will be celebrating at this point, knowing that there will likely be a 5th game.
Special good evening to Miss Butcher and the entire Belfield crew.
Ball adjudged away.
Ball is away.
So Dario Hinds taking the 4th game. Buckle your seatbelts. We're moving into the 5th game here in this semi-final matchup between Dario Hinds and Curtis Jones.
And I'll tell you, John, if you're now joining us, Curtis Jones won the first game 21-11 by a landslide. The 2nd game 21-19. Dario Hinds won the 3rd game 21-18 and the 4th game 21-18. So we are now into the 5th and deciding game. If you're here to see the explosive shots of Antoine Littleman Daniel, you have to wait a few more minutes as we are into this deciding game. Who will advance first in the males finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024? And this would not have been made possible without the platinum sponsor, Nation News, our hydration partner, Belgium Pure, and of course, Digicel Plus. Curtis Jones with ball in hand. He'll be starting the serves in this fifth and deciding game. Love serving love.
Love serving to love.
Very determined Hinds, being 2 games down and forcing a 5th game. John, your views on that?
One love.
My take here, 1 now serving to love. I dare not try to call it the 5th game.
Well, you seem a bit speechless alone to see after trailing 2 games, Hinds now is somewhat in the driving seat.
Yeah, this is always dubbed to be a very close encounter. And these guys are not disappointing the fans at all. So we have game number 5. And let's see who will advance to the finals here this evening. With both players really fighting tooth and nail for that spot and that berth in the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
Nice bounce serve from Jones.
4-1.
4 serving to 1.
Service change, 1-4.
And it's really interesting, John, the momentum shift we had in terms of Hinds being down 2 games, and now in the 5th and deciding game, he's actually leading a 4-1.
I think that's correct. She scores 1 serving to 4.
4-2-4.
2 serving to 4. It's misled briefly by.
So this is a good start here by Curtis Jones. And his serve taking 4-5. He knows the importance of this 5th and final game. As Hinds will now serve at 2 serving to 4.
So it's now 3 serving to 4 with a special appeal being made to the spectators. Extremely fit players, some 19 years apart in terms of age.
Just about one of the best exchanges in this matchup so far this evening. Good work by Dario Hinds using the back arm to gain a very important point, and 4 will now serve to 4. Good change of direction again by Hinds. First the back arm, now through the form, getting his dividends. He will now serve at 5, serving to 4.
And as I said earlier, John, perhaps if Hinds were hitting earlier, the score might have been different.
Yes,
He was
good attempt.
Extremely conservative.
Going through the form once again, but with some resistance from Jones on that occasion. And we will have a score of 5 now, serving to 5. Again, this one was always dubbed to be a very close encounter, and the scores this evening reflecting such. 2 games apiece, 5 serving 5. In the 5th game of road tennis, on the 10th point, the players will switch ends. Very close encounter here, Calvin.
Five, 6.
5 serving to 6.
6 all.
6 all. Hinds winning the last 2 games. 21-18, 21-18.
6 all.
Now it's 6 serving to 6. John, if you were expecting an early night, here we are in the action.
Well done, Dario Hines. Again, the strength of this young man's back arm continues to save him time and time again here in this matchup against Curtis Jones. Well played, Hines.
And I'll tell you, John, the crowd really loves to see some good fair exchanges. No one-sided tennis here tonight. Both players exhibiting strong A-class tennis, using the back court. That's a good cross-court shot from Dario Hines as he pumps his fist. He's happy with that shot.
Yes, wide to the forearm. Again, Jones reaching and not being able to return. Good work here. Hines has a 2-point lead.
Service change. 8-7.
8-7. And John, when we were in by the sauna today and we were asking some of the players and fans about this game, they all agreed this is going to be a very difficult game to call. Special good evening to Anthony Baku Simmons.
8-7.
8 now serving to 7.
Good center court serve by Dario Hines to start his 5 serves.
7.
Looking for that 10th point to switch ends.
And I'll tell you, John,
9, 8.
I can only imagine being in the shoes of Curtis
A
Jones.
side. A side baseline.
So it's the A-side baseline
8-3.
that we are trying to determine. And we'll see the review for that one. A-side baseline. And we'll await the review for that. That will determine who will get the point. This is a bit close. No wonder they called for the review. So just a reminder, our platinum sponsor, Nation News, hydration partner, Belgium Pure, and of course, Digicel Plus. That ball is adjudged as in. So the point will be cancelled or halved.
9-7. 9-7.
9 serving to
9,
7.
That's correct.
7.
9-7. Hines looking for that 10th point. And he does so. Very intelligent serve by Hines. We saw Hines in his last matchup against Davian Taylor, came back from behind and was able to defeat a very powerful attacking Taylor on that particular evening. And here we have Dario Hines being consistent again, fighting back and doing well. And we're into game number 5. Good work here so far by Dario Hines.
And John, I'm always talking about the psychological advantage. After Hines won those 2 games, 21-18, 21-18, we can see a renewed, rejuvenated Hines, as though he got some energy from out of nowhere.
He's a fitness instructor, Calvin. Energy is certainly not a worrying factor for him.
Well, he had it on pause for the first 2 games.
Oh, good exchange again by both players. Jones moving the ball military style, left and right, and claiming that 8th point. 8-10 will now serve to 8. Oh, good work here again by Hines, pressing a bit more on the power of his shots on the forearm, forcing his opponent to give him that ball in the paint. Came in and did well on the back arm. Good work here, Dario Hines. He will now serve 11-8. Again, center court, played by Jones.
And we can appreciate that even though Jones is the more experienced of the 2 in terms of the decoration of players, Hines would have won more titles, and he's playing extremely good. We can see all of that elite road tennis style coming out.
Hines, the number 3 seed, and Jones not seeded in this 2024 competition. Oh, good work by Jones, using the drop shot to effect and getting a very important point. Not opting to go deep, but the drop shot injection, as we call it in road tennis.
Both players having to dig extremely deep. 11 serving 11.
It was always dubbed to be a very close encounter, and this evening we are having it all the way down. And let's see how this one ends.
Well, it's 10 more points if the game should run its natural course. 10 more points before we see which of these males will advance to the finals. It's now 12 serving 11.
Hines looking to go for a drop shot on that occasion, the injection, only finding the 8-inch net, and 12 and now serve to 11. Oh,
13-11.
Good work by Jones. A ball really Hines should have done a lot better with. He looked at the racket in disappointment. But good playing here by Curtis Jones. Digging really deep. Looking to build a lead here if he possibly can. He's 2 points ahead. Can he get that third important point? Oh, well, that was quite a play by both players. Jones being defensive. A good tennis option, given that extra ball. But Dario Hines is a far better player not to spoil a ball at that particular stage.
I'll tell
good work
you,
by Hines.
John, for Jones to retrieve that second last ball was really, really good. I thought for one moment that Hines would have already won the point. But that's some very, very good and strong tennis from both players.
Yeah, staying very close indeed as Hines will serve. 1 point trailing, 12-13.
And for some reason, Jones stopped play. 13 serving 13. John, he really should have continued in terms of the rally, perhaps thinking that the ball was out. And both Jones and his coach, Kevin Dial, looks on with a level of disappointment.
Decision made. 13 will now serve to 13. Hines, for our viewers, in a game of road tennis. A player had 5 serves.
The last ball, B side, the baseline, B, D. B, D.
So that's the baseline BD that we are trying to get the review for.
It's a Thursday evening, Calvin, a really good crowd here, nonetheless, to take in this semi-final matchup. As we said a bit earlier, the ladies' draw has been decided. Sheldene Warren, she advances to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024, and her opponent in the finals will be Kim Holder. Ladies booking their path. We saw this matchup in 2022, Kim Holder and Sheldene Warren became emerging the champion in 2022.
Oh, that's close, John.
sure, but ball is from here. Official considers the ball is a good shot.
You
Ball
have
is in.
one challenge left.
So Jones
Curtis.
has
13
one
all.
challenge left. Player has 2 appeals in road tennis in this Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
All.
Oh, a point that Hines
13,
really did well
14.
a bit earlier at the start of this matchup. Going for the same shot but failing on that occasion. 13 serving to 14. Now he goes on the attack with a forearm.
And
You're appealing the
Jones
ball.
seems to be appealing this ball.
Baseline, B side, B, D line.
So it's the baseline,
Baseline,
BD line again.
B side.
Somehow
B,
Jones is not comfortable
D
with
line.
that B side, baseline, BD side.
Another review.
And he wants to see exactly from the screen where that ball went.
First, Curtis defeating the DARIO 21-11 in the first game. 21-19 to Curtis in the second game. The DARIO 21-18 in the third, and a 21-18 in the fourth game. Current score 14 at the third game.
The ball is in. Ironically, 2 consecutive appeals for the same line, and both balls were in. At this stage, Daniel would have wanted to say to Jones, don't appeal, the ball is good. So he needs to keep a closer eye on that particular line, but he has no more appeals. That's Jones.
Good.
14,
Good shot
15
by
now
Barkarm,
serving to 14.
by Hines. That was a shot. He attempted that one a bit earlier and came back and corrected at a time when it matters most, as he was served now at 15-14. Oh, going for the forearm. Power shot. Really not a time for such. Dario Hines, a ball he really should have just returned and keep in play. This match already
into an hour.
101
Plus.
minutes and counting of road tennis. The 3 best in 5 encounter.
Both players look extremely solid.
Both players look solid, but we know Dario Hines, a fitness instructor, very fit indeed. And if you were to consider who will have the fitness edge here this evening, you have to think of Ric Flair, Dario Hines.
And especially with Curtis Jones' injury as indicated by the sleeve on his right hand. He said to us that he hasn't played in 2 weeks as a result of the injury.
Well, Hines will have the last natural serve in this game.
And the spectators are shouting.
Appeal by Dario Hines.
A side, A, C line. That's the review being called. The A side, AC line. So we'll need the important camera review at 120 frames to determine that particular shot.
A side, the baseline, A, C line.
So it's the A side, baseline, AC line.
So Dario Hines in this matchup leads 4 wins to 2.
Next to me is Adrian Donovan. Perhaps he wants to help me with that one. That one is
The ball
called
is in, Mr. Hines. You have one appeal left.
So Hines losing that appeal.
16 all.
16 will serve for 16. Jones flirting with some danger there with that last form. That one judged away. They're looking to force or put that extra pace on that form. 16 serving to 17.
The ball is in. 16, 18.
16-18 now with Dario Hines and getting a very important 2-point lead here in the latter part of game number 5.
especially seeing that he has
And
the serve.
Curtis Jones opting to go for an ejection at a time where one really would think he would have been more explosive and took charge of that particular point.
And you can see the disappointment on his coach's face, Kevin Daniel, for the entire night. Jones did not attempt a short ball, and all of a sudden, trailing by 2 points, with Hines having the last serve, he opted for a short ball. That was not the most intelligent selection in terms of shots. So now it's 19 serving to 16. Hines losing the first 2 games, coming back and winning the third game 21-18, the fourth game 21-18, and now he's in the seat of ascendancy. 19 serving to 16.
Dead ball.
19 serving to 17.
19,
Not a man moved in the
17.
Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the outcome of this game. It's 2 games apiece in this 3 best-of-5 semi-finals.
20, 17.
20 serving to 17.
So Dario Hines at
This one is
20,
close.
17.
So 2018 with Dario Hines just 1 point away from advancing to the finals of the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024. He opted for the short serve. It appears as if that ball is adjudged good, and Dario Hines will advance to the finals of the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024, having been led by his opponent in Curtis Jones in the first 2 games. Dario Hines proved that he had in the time what was required, taking the last 3 games. Well done to Dario Hines as he will advance to the finals of the Barbados Short Tennis Open 2024.
Well, what an occasion and what a moment coming back from 21-11 in game number 1, 21-19 in game number 2. You would say that he was down, but he certainly was not out. 21-18, 21-18, 21-18 to find himself in that final, his first ever Barbados Road Tennis Open final, and a shot at $20,000 as well. Oh, what a feeling he must be having at this moment.
And in our match summary, we have Curtis Jones 21% serve percentage, Dario Hines 20%, unforced errors 25 by Curtis Jones, 36 by Dario Hines. The big difference is Dario Hines having 20 winners compared to 10 winners by his opponent in Curtis Jones. A match that took 107 minutes to decide who will advance to the finals in 2024.
Well, very soon we're going to have a chance to talk to Dario Hines. Yeah, certainly filled with emotions at this moment, and You can't see it on screen at the moment, but he's talking to the people who are supporting him here. In the beginning, you heard everyone shouting for Curtis Jones, and you almost thought as if Dario didn't walk with any supporters for himself. But tonight, yeah, he is here and he's trumped.
Yes, we have Dario Hines here.
Yeah, he's found himself in his first ever Barbados Road Tennis Open final. Well, don't forget, we have one more matchup to come. The last men's semi-final. It's going to be Antonio Littleman Davis taking on the man they call Venom, the defending champion of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. Well, I've got Dario alongside me. Dario, first of all, coming back from 2 games down. How are you feeling at this moment right now?
Firstly, let me say thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for allowing me to play in this tournament this year. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth, Joel. Lost for words right now. It was a very hard fight. Like I told Peter Thorman, he called me on Wednesday. I told him I jumped the gun a bit. I made a prediction I was going to win 3-1, and it was beaten very badly by Shaquem Nurse. So he said I was going to leave it all on the court, and that's exactly what I did.
Yeah, talk to me about, I guess, what your motivation was after those 2 games. What was it that got you to push in those final 3?
The fact that the same thing happened to me last year. I came out hot and sweaty. I didn't have a rhythm. So that gave me the motivation to put my all into those last 3 games. Because back in 2015, I beat Curtis Jones 3 straight from behind in Coverley. So when my brother told me that it was possible, I always believed that it was possible.
Yeah, finally, in the very beginning, it was almost as if the entire auditorium was against you when things were going, but you dug deep. What do you want to say to those who supported you here tonight?
Well, firstly, thank you to the haters for the motivation, and thank you for the little supporters I had, that every time I looked up to them, they raised their hand to let me know the fight was not over.
Your first final, what are the emotions?
A lot. Well, I know I have a lot of running to do in the morning, a lot of gym. I have to prepare very serious because I have never beaten none of the 2 of these other opponents in the tournament. I can't start like how I started tonight, so I have to really prepare seriously if I want to take home this $20,000.
Well, Dario, congrats to you and all the best come Sunday.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem at all. Well, there you have it. Your first men's finalist. It is Dario Hines coming from behind to find himself in what is going to be the grand finale, the big showdown, the big showcase right here at the Garfield Soares Gymnasium. It started 21-11, and you told yourself, well, he didn't really show up in game number 1. Game number 2, he came back slightly better because it went to 21-19, and you told yourself, okay, maybe Curtis Jones has what it takes to find himself in the final. No. Hines said, okay, 21-18, 21-18, 21-18. I will see myself in that final. Kelvin, you were here. You watched it. How good was that semi-final number 1?
Wow. I thought John Wick Chandler was speechless, but now I'm speechless. I'll tell you this, Joel. From the time Dario won that first game, which was the 3rd game, you could see the excitement on his face. You can see renewed energy. It was as though he was telling Curtis Jones, I am ready to win these other 2 games. And so said, so done. That was a tremendously good display of road tennis. Wow, wow.
Yeah, wow certainly describes it because it tells you, I guess, a bit about the personality as well. We talk about that mental game factor. It is not easy for someone, and I can only imagine, to go down 2 games in a best of 5 and tell himself, hey, I have to win all 3 coming here. So we talk about the mental factor, and certainly, I don't know if you agree with me here or not, but to me, the mental factor was, I guess, the determining factor when it came to Dario Hines just now.
Well, I'll tell you, they call him Ric Flair, who is a man of lots of confidence. They also call him CR7, who's a very arrogant and a fully confident soccer player or football player. So you can understand his personality. Dario is not the type of player to be 2 games down and to bow his head into defeat. And he showed that tonight. He showed his stealth, he showed his worth, he showed his experience, even though he's somewhat 19 years younger than Jones. That was really, really, really good, mature, A-class tennis. Tennis befitting of anyone advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024, Joel.
Yeah, it was certainly a match worth your money here. Semi-final number 1. And don't forget, we've got another big matchup coming. And it was interesting in that chat just now, he said, hey, yes, I'm in the final, but I've never beaten any of the two who could possibly be going to the final in the form of Lil Man or Venom. If you were to advise him here and now, what would you tell him to get himself prepared for that big final?
Well, hypothetically, if Mark Venom Griffith should advance, I would tell the gym instructor to take all of the knowledge you know in terms of determination and longevity and put it all together to play Mark Venom Griffith. Now, if Antoine Lil Man Daniel were to advance, I would be telling Dario, you need to bring all of your defense against the most explosive road tennis player in the world. That would be my advice, Joel.
Well, I can tell you what he says he's going to do. He says he's going to start running from tomorrow because he knows that that fitness aspect will come into play whoever he has to play coming up in this semi-final number 2. So let's now talk about semi-final number 2. It's being dubbed the final before the final. How excited are you to see this matchup that many have been waiting for a long time?
Well, I'll tell you something extremely interesting. In the year 2010, Antoine Lil Man Daniel would have taken a 10-year hiatus from road tennis. He came back on the road tennis scene as a result of a statement that Mark Venom Griffith made. The statement was, old men should stop playing road tennis. He came back into road tennis as a result of that statement. In 2019, he stopped Mark Venom Griffith.
Well, we're going to head out to the middle now, and then we'll come back because I know we have to get that story. Let's head out to the middle now with our MCs.
Mark Venom Griffith. Venom is the defending champion of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. His camp is the sauna. He started playing road tennis in 2009 and was most influenced by Muhammad Ali. The tournaments Venom has won are Barbados Road Tennis Open 2022 and 2023, 4 Clash of the Titans, 3 Silver Hills, 3 Island Wides, 1 Hainesville Men's Open, 3 Monarchs of the Court titles, and 1 Lance Bino Masters. His opponent tonight in this semifinal is Antonio Lil Man Daniel. The two last met in Silver Hill tournament in 2019, and Daniel emerged victorious. Since then, Venom has been the undisputed champion of major tournaments in Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, Barbados Road Tennis Open, give it up and welcome Mark Venom Griffith.
Well, he looks a picture of concentration. You know what he brings to the game of road tennis. He is the champion. Will it be so in 2024? You were giving me a little story there about Antonio Lil Man Daniel. Let's get right back into it.
So the year was 2010. Mark Venom Griffith started to play competitively in 2009, and he said all men should stop playing road tennis. When Antonio Lil Man Daniel heard that news, travel across Bridgetown straight into Bush Hall, he said, I am coming back out. So Antoine came back out, and from there, Antoine and Mark Venom Griffith have been at each other for a few years now. They've together played 9 games, with Antoine winning 5, Mark Venom Griffith winning 4. And Griffith said to me today, Scotty, I've lost 37 pounds, and I did that in an effort to make sure that it goes 5-all tonight. Now, interestingly, in 2019, Mark Venom Griffith had the opportunity to three-peat in Silver Hill. Antonio Loma Daniel came and stopped that show. Tonight, Mark Venom Griffith has the opportunity to three-peat in this Barbados Road Tennis Open. Will Antonio Loma Daniel show up and stop the party?
Well, what I can tell you, no matter what happens, it will be a showcase and a showdown right here in semi-final number 2. The crowd, well, they have not left. I make it probably minutes to midnight at this stage. Yeah, about 11:51 on that watch. And they are not moving because this is the match that they have come to see. This is the big clash.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the night. I want you all to welcome on the
final match
of the court
of a semi-final night in
Anton Daniel.
the blue shirt. It is Mark Venom
and
Griffith.
On the B side of the court to my right, I want you all to welcome Mr. Mark Griffith.
Well, I'll tell you, the seriousness on Griffith's face suggests I mean business. And Antonio Loma Daniel looks very relaxed. He has on a two-colored shirt. I'm not sure what exactly that means, but it's love serving to love. And look how the maestro started out with a passing shot to the delight of this large crowd here in the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium.
Well,
one serving to love.
This is what they've waited on. They've waited on these types of shots, this type of entertainment, this type of flair and style from Lil Man Daniel. No matter the result, oh, it's going to be a treat here tonight.
And a repeat. A two serving love with a steer from Antonio Loma Daniel, a steer that says, I am here to sort business.
Oh, he's burst out the gates like a horse on a mission. Don't forget, though, it's best of 5 here tonight. He has to go the distance.
Well, I'll tell you, they're calling this game a finals within a finals. But let me tell you though, Joel, irrespective of the first 2 shots from Antonio Loma Daniel, I'm telling you, Mark Venom Griffith is the type of player that when he settles in, remember I said this, he is going to be bringing back those shots. But not that one. Not that one. Joel, I saw you at cricket a few nights ago, and I'm not sure what you would categorize that shot in the cricketing world, but it's a beautiful passing shot to the back arm of Mark Venom Griffith, cut at an acute angle.
Oh, you would say it was simply sublime from him on that occasion. Oh, the crowd has come alive.
And this is history in the making. My good friend and co-commentator John Wick Chandler sits next to me and sips his water, suggesting I am minding my own business. Some cheers from the crowd. As a matter of fact, it is 6 minutes before midnight and not a man is leaving the gymnasium. Not with shots like that, and that, and that. And that particular one looks away though. But we can hear some screams from the crowd here.
2, 7 to 4.
Sue Monaville above me, and she's enjoying this road tennis. She is a product of Bush Hall, the home of Antonio Loma Daniel, and a large crowd is here to back their #1 road tennis player. But if you're talking about #1, it's the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith with ball in hand, serving towards Antonio Loma Daniel. And this is 3 best of 5. So those shots were good, they were exciting, but it's a long night for Daniel.
The case of that old adage, the race is not for the swift, but who can endure. Who endures here tonight in semi-final number 2?
I'll tell you what. These two men played a few years ago in the island-wide as a team, but it's no team tonight as $20,000 is at stake. Antonio Little Man Daniel, ball in hand. Power serve to the back arm of Griffith. And then an injection, but caught and executed by the 39-year-old Mark Venom Griffith, a man who lost 37 pounds for this bout. I'm sorry, Joel, if I sound a bit more excited than before, but two of my favorite players on the court.
4-8.
4 serving to 8. And I remember in 2022, Mark Venom Griffith once said, if you think men are here to see the shots, they're also here to see me put them back on. He'll be doing that tonight. But I'm sure the explosive Antonio Little Man Daniel will create a show here tonight.
4 serving 9.
What an injection. What an injection. Measured some 2 inches behind the net. And Mark Griffith unable to catch that particular one.
5 serving 9. Service change now.
Service change.
10 serving 5.
And I'll tell you, Antonio Little Man Daniel going over to the chair of his longtime coach, Dayton Roach.
5.
Mark Griffith, coached by his father, Mark Griffith Sr. And this man with 15 years in the road tennis business and 15 titles, Mark Venom Griffith, is looking to go straight to the finals again. 12 serving to 5, and Joel, I'm telling you, irrespective of those fiery shots from Antonio Daniel in the beginning of this game, if he's not careful, he's going to take home a little short snout pig. That's a score under 10 in terms of points. And for those of you now joining us, the 28-year-old Dario Hinds has already advanced to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. And on screen in the blue is Mark Venom Griffith, and in the black and gray is Antonio Little Man Daniel. One of these men will be joining Dario Hinds on Sunday the 22nd, right here in the Cigar Fruit Sobers Gymnasium.
Service change.
Well, did they say after all the fireworks, after all the excitement, things have started to settle down here, and they're all going the way of Mark Griffith. 5 serving 15.
A 6 now serving to a 15.
15.
And Joel, for those individuals who witnessed the game between Mark Griffith and Adrian Scott, there were so many exchanges in the first game, and yet Adrian Scott succumbed to a pig at 21-8. And now it appears as though, based on the trajectory of this game, Antonio Little Man Daniel is climbing Horse Hill in St. Joseph with load on his back.
7 serving 15 now.
And the Minister of Sport, Mr. Charles Griffith, sits keenly watching this game minutes before midnight. 7 serving to 15. Oh, that's a nice soft turn from Antonio Daniel.
15.
8 serving to 15. And Antonio playing his trade in the Bush Hall, rather the Dayton Griffith, the Dayton Roach facility in Bush Hall. And Mark Venom Griffith playing his road tennis in the sauna. Oh, that's a shot. So soft, so delicate. 16 now serving to 9. $17 serving to 9.
9.
18 serving to 9.
9.
This game is certainly getting away from Anton Lilman Daniel. And that ball
19.
away from Daniel. And this game is certainly looking extremely difficult for the man Antonio Lilman Daniel. It's now 20 serving to 9. First game point. Mark Venom Griffith with ball in hand. Is he going to sow Antonio Lilman Daniel? And there you have it. The first game and the first sow in this category. Mark Venom Griffith emerging as winner of that first game. A 21-9 over the explosive Antonio Lilman Daniel.
Well, in terms of predictions, he said, okay, he knew that Mark Venom Griffith would be the man to beat. And he's proven that here in game number 1. You saw the entertainment, you saw the excitement from Antonio Lilman Daniel, but in the end, it didn't count for much from him. Just wonder if maybe that wakes him up a bit more here now for game number 2.
And as I told you, Joel, earlier, yes, Antonio has all of these shots, and Daniel is a maestro. Everyone comes out to see him. But at the end of the day, when it comes to Mark Venom Griffith, the winner of the 2022-2023 Barbados Road Tennis Open, Antonio Lilman Daniel has to put on lots of balls in order to beat him.
Well, we're all set here now for game number 2. Don't forget, it's a best of 5 here in the men's semi-final matchups. Game number 1 goes to Mark Venom Griffith, 21-9.
And I'll tell you, we started on the 19th of September. It's now the 20th of September. Love serving to love.
Dead ball. 1 love. Dead ball. Love 2.
Love serving to 2. You can hear fans shouting and telling Daniel not to become frustrated. And we know that Mark Venom Griffith frustrates many of his opponents with that long rallying defensive style. It's now 3 serving to love.
Hush has come over the gymnasium at the moment.
Four serving to love after coming off as a loser in the first game with only 9 points. You can see the frustration on the face of Daniel. It's now 1 serving to 4. Nice power serve and a good cutting shot. There was absolutely no answer to that shot from Griffith. And those are the type of shots you can expect from Antonio Lilman Daniel. As long as his attacking style is on, Joel, you will be getting explosive shots like that. 1 through the forearm, 1 through the back arm, 1 through the forearm again. Cut to precision. And Daniel playing that ball as though he saw it away. It's now 3 serving to 5. Well, 4 serving to 5, and this The second game seems to be much closer than the first after Mark Venom Griffith won the first 21-9 quite easily. That's a big gap, especially in the semifinals against the explosive Antonio Lil Man Daniel. But now this one seems to be pretty close.
Well, he's coming back quite well here, is Antonio Lil Man Daniel. Started at 1 serving 4, now 5 serving 5.
You can see both players going over to their coaches, getting some advice. 5 serving to 5. What a powerful shot. Called away, and no one to question that. Both players still have 2 appeals left, and as we mentioned before, in the 2022 and 2023 tournament, you had 3 appeals as a player. In the 2024, now you only have 2. So 7 serving to 5. Griffith looking to pull away after winning the first game, 21-9. 8 serving to 5. A frustrated looking Daniel with hand in hip. Walking over in a very contemplative manner. Trying to figure out what is my next move. In an interview years ago, Joel, he regarded Griffith as the most stubborn road tennis player he has ever played. And this is over 30 years of experience in this indigenous sport of road tennis. Speaking of the man, Daniel. 8 now serving to 6. Six now serving to 9.
Yeah, not happy with that last one. Antonio Daniel.
And kudos to Antonio Lil Man Daniel. I spoke to him yesterday. He said to me, Scotty, I am 55 years old. And to be 55 years old in this indigenous sport and playing this way in semifinals against a younger man, this is really good on the part of Lil Man Daniel. 8 serving to 9. Oh, making light work of these angles, this man, Daniel. 9 serving to 9. It's as though Daniel is saying to Griffith, you are not going anywhere. 9 all. Another power serve. Daniel will often use these power serves to garner a return that he favors, to punish it. 9 serving to 10. 9 serving to 10. A good, cool Friday morning here in Barbados at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. We started on Thursday night, but here we are after 1 hour. As a matter of fact, 2 hours and 3 minutes in the last encounter between Dario Hines and Curtis Jones, with Dario Hines advancing as the first male to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. This is road tennis at its best. An injection, then a long ball back court. And Griffith looks at his father, Mark Griffith Sr., and he said, don't appeal it, the ball is good. That's a good, sensible coach in your corner, helping you to make those type of difficult decisions. That one is out, called by lines personnel, Ricky Body Dot Hoyt.
Just looking at Venom at the moment, he's repeating one word, and that word is relax. That's what he's telling himself out there. Relax, relax, relax.
Well, I'll tell you what, years ago, Venom was even scared to mention the name Antonio Loma Daniel, and we somehow tease him about it today. He has been Griffith's nemesis for a while, and Griffith said today, I have maximum respect for Daniel. And who wouldn't? A man who wields a racket like a two-sided sword. 11 now serving to 13. The second game in this encounter between Griffith in blue and Daniel in black and gray. Oh, ho, ho. What a passing shot. He sends him to the right in confusion, but sends the ball to the left through his back arm. And Griffith will have to use that word he was humming all night. Relax, relax. Dayton Roach walking over to Antonio Loma Daniel as his towel man. And how bedecked is Roach tonight in his bow tie?
He almost taking me to maybe like a WWE match, maybe sideline the ring is the impression I'm getting at the moment from Roach. But it's just so interesting how he's able to open up his body, Antonio Daniel, and just place the ball.
Extremely good body mechanics, and that shot, I'm waiting to see if it's in. You can see the look on senior Griffith. He looks at Venom and he says, I am not sure. Such speed, but chairperson Christopher Griffith called it good. And now it's 16 serving to 11, a good 5-point cushion Daniel has in this second game after losing the first game 9-21.
Yeah, you would say he settled down nicely into game number 2. Yes, he came out with the fireworks, but he's putting together a skillful game at the moment. And because of that, he's now leading 17-11.
Not a man move. And you see, the thing about it, Joel, is that Daniel has the ability to give you some very confusing shots where his body shifts you in one direction, but the ball goes in the next. 17 serving to 12, and knowing the determined Mark Venom Griffith, he's still looking to win this game. He's that type of player. Has not lost a single game in this Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
Oh, tonight, could that change? Service change now. 12 serving 18. Could this be the night where we see Mark Venom Griffith lose his first game of 2024 in terms of Barbados Road Tennis Open?
Oh, we shall see.
It would be a statement, and we did go back to saying that if there is someone that could challenge him, it's this man, Antonio Daniel.
12-18.
Daniel starting the game of road tennis from age 7. With shots like that. As a matter of fact, here's a bit of history. Antonio Lilman Daniel is the first and only road tennis player to have won a junior and a senior title in one day. He was so good as a junior at 15 years old, they allowed him to play in the senior competition, and he won both. Antonio Lilman Daniel, a product of Bush Hall. It's now 13 serving to 19 in this 3 best-of-5 encounter. Look at that back arm drag. It looks as though a man walks up to another man and gives him a backhand slap. So disrespectful to the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith. But what an exquisite shot, Joel.
It's an exhibition at the moment from little man Daniel, coming back quite nicely in this one. But Venom Griffith has got the answers for him as well. 14 serving 20. 1 point away from taking game number 2.
This is good for tennis. It's good for the Barbados Road Tennis Open. And that ball looks away. And there you have it. Antonio Daniel winning the second game, 21-14. I'm telling you, Joel, we have a game on hand tonight, or rather this morning.
Haha. Well, at the beginning of the Barbados Road Tennis Open, you probably wondered, is there someone who could at least beat him at least one of the games? Well, we've seen that here now in the form of Antonio Little Man Daniel. Can he do it again? Can he take him for two? Can he take him for three? Because it will take three tonight to get to the final. Can Antonio Daniel repeat this performance here, or does the experience, does the caliber of Mark Venom Griffith show up and take game 3 and game 4?
I'll tell you, this is 3 times that Mark Venom Griffith sold his opponent. Kirk Allen was sold at 21-7 in the first game. Adrian Scott was sold at 21-8 in the first game. Antonio Loma Daniel was sold 21-19 a few moments ago, but then came back and won 21-14. The tennis is on. The action is here. Just away. And Daniel's fitness will be called into question. But I'm telling you, this explosive figure from Bush Hall in St. Michael is entertaining this crowd here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium.
A bit of a conversation going on at the moment. Griffith not looking particularly happy.
Quite sure he's not. And it's a bit of confusion. But it's Love serving to 1. And the ball is thrown to the lines personnel. Mr. Ricky Bodydock Hoyt. And Antonio Loma Daniel is getting his face wiped. Well, Mark Venom Griffith stands eagerly with racket in hand after winning the first game 21-9, losing the second 14-21. Love serving to 1. That one away, similar to the shot before that. Love serving to 2. And the main challenge, Joel, for a player like Antonio Loma Daniel really and truly boils down to his fitness. Is he fit enough to execute those shots repeatedly? He has all of the shots, but you need to be fit enough to play them against Mark Venom Griffith, and that particular one was well executed.
Just kissing the top of that net on that occasion. He saw that open court, and the execution just failing him on that occasion.
It's a big unforced error there from Daniel. That ball is called out, so now it's 3 serving to 2.
Oh, this is what we waited on. This is what we waited all night for. This matchup, semi-final number 2. It was a talk of Bridgetown. And very soon, we'll find out who comes out on top of it.
And this game was dubbed our finals. Some of the individuals today in the sauna said whatever happens in this game, they're happy with. But they made some predictions. I won't call them now.
4-3.
4 now serving to 3. Ball
5-3.
is away, so 5 now serving to 3. can tell you that Griffith is going to look to wear down Daniel. He's that type of player. 6 now serving to 3. He's the type of player. His favorite lawn tennis player is Djokovic, who's a man that can counter-attack. But Mark Griffith likes a playing style where he wears you extremely down in terms of endurance. Exactly my point. This is good tennis. This is good tennis. A powerful form, a strike from Daniel, recovered and executed by Mark Venom Griffith, keeping that particular rally alive.
Three, 7.
3 now serving to 7. I thought so as well. Chair umpire Christopher Griffith calling that one out. So it's now 3 serving to 8. And Antonio Loma Daniel decided not to appeal that one. It was quite clear. Oh, that's a shot. If you're looking for one, that's a shot.
Mark Griffith is challenging the ball.
We're gonna have our
Mark
first
Griffith
appeal.
On the sideline.
appeals that.
Yeah, that appeal coming
Sideline.
on the sideline.
And we're waiting to hear the repeat for the call. He said the sideline. It's a sideline call. We're waiting for the review. We can see Emerson Scruff King talking to Venom. And this particular ball looks
good.
in.
Looks in.
Yes, I agree. With the speed to which Daniel hits the ball, I'm quite sure as his opponent, you're always guessing where the ball went. I played him once in Bushall Sunday morning. I wouldn't tell you how many points I got, but I can tell you that that man hits the ball extremely hard.
Well, it's been adjudged ball in, ball good.
And I can tell you from here, Joel, I can literally sit and see Curtis Jones. The countenance of his face suggests he's extremely sad after losing, being up 2. Losing 3-2 to Dario Hines. But who will meet Dario Hines in the finals?
9.
4 now serving to 9. Daniel with ball in hand, losing the first game 9-21, winning the second game 21-14, and now trailing by 5 points in this third game. It's a 3 best of 5 for the semis and the finals in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
9.
4 serving to 9. Oh, very good, strong shot from
4.
Daniel and Griffith's back arm, but return, and then the second one, an unforced error. No need for him to have hit that with such power. And Griffith reading the switch brilliantly.
11-4.
11 now serving to 4. Griffith looks upset. 12 now serving to 4.
4.
If this game continues in this point trajectory, this will be another sow for sure. It's all about this beautiful game of road tennis, designed and originated here in Barbados in the 1930s. Our indigenous sport emerged between lawn tennis and table tennis, played on the roads in Barbados. But now we are in the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Point after point,
13,
rally after
4.
rally. 13 serving to 4.
running away with this game number 3 at the moment, Mark Griffith.
And as I mentioned before, he said, Antonio has 5 games on me. I have 4, and I'm looking to equal that score tonight. Oh, that ball is adjudged as out. That's a striking shot there from Daniel. It's now 14 serving to 4.
Serving 5.
Griffith covers the court so well. Extremely fast. Look at that injection. And he hops and he bounces. Even though he is some 9 points behind, Antonio Loma Daniel at 55 years old is enjoying this indigenous sport of road tennis.
Oh, you've got to love it. You've got to love the antics. You've got to love the personality. You've got to love the character of Antonio Little Man Daniel.
Or rather, some 8 points. Tries the injection again, but averted by Griffith. Shot after shot after shot from the experienced Antonio Loma Daniel. So it's now 7 serving to 14. And if you've now joined us this beautiful Friday morning, Griffith winning the first game 21-9. Daniel winning the second game 21-14. And now it's 7 serving to 15. Eight serving to 15.
Dead ball.
A very powerful serve.
Mark Griffith appealed the ball on the baseline.
Mark Venom Griffith exhausting his last appeal.
Just about 12:28 a.m. here in a beautiful Barbados on what is now a Friday morning. Of course, I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors who have partnered and been involved in this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. Our platinum sponsor, of course, you know, it's Nation News. Our hydration sponsor, Bajan Pure. Of course, you know, the Digicel Plus as well. We say thank you to all of our sponsors for ensuring that we could put on what is a very amazing product once again for 2024. Here's a look at that review, and the ball well in. The ball is good. Yep, confirmed right there. No appeals left for Mark Venom Griffith.
8-15.
8 serving 15.
Oh, what a shot.
9
from the forearm
50.
Of Daniel through the forearm of Griffith. And this man, Daniel, can turn the ball left, right,
9-15.
center with ease and power. Oh, what a shot.
Ball is away.
Away to me, yes. A judge as away. And this man, Griffith, can retrieve so many balls, nicknamed by some as the android.
Service change.
What a return there from Griffith after that short ball
17,
from Daniel.
9.
He sprints to the net and he slaps it. And it's now 17 serving to 9. Oh, that's an angle though from Griffith.
18-9.
There was absolutely no answer for that shot. 18 serving to 9. The man who has been playing for 15 years, Griffith,
18,
with 15
9.
titles. Will this be his 16th title in this Barbados Road Tennis Open
19,
2024? We have a
9.
few more days. But for now, it's who will join Dario Hinds in the finals, as he has already advanced 3 games to 2 over Curtis
Game
Jones.
point to Mark Griffith
Well, he's looking fatigued, or maybe just wondering if
at
a
20,
particular call.
9.
A special good evening to the fans locked on
Time out.
all around the world. Starting here in Barbados, of course, the Tennis Town Club. Of course, this sport being watched in over 23 countries. Special good evening to the folks in Ghana. Good evening to Mr. Phil Phillips. And in Canada, of course, we have a small group of Bajans pushing the game of road tennis. Ron Kelman, Stephen Griffith, Jessica Holder. This sport continues to move all around the world. But it's all about the 3rd Barbados Road Tennis Open. Mark Venom Griffith winning in 2022, repeating in 2023. And the talk on the lips of the fans, will he three-peat? Will he win in 2024? Well, the man who stopped him from three-peating in 2019 was Antonio Lilman Daniel in Silver Hill. What will happen here tonight? Well, Mark Griffith won the first game 21-9. Antonio Daniel won the second game 21-14. And now we are into the 3rd game. It's now 20 serving to 9.
Well, just waiting on that to review that last appeal. Still quite a few gathered here. No one truly heading home to their beds because of the entertainment on show at the moment in semi-final number 2.
And I can tell you, Joel, as much as Venom is the world's number 1, I'm quite sure that 95.6% of the crowd here is remaining to see that man, 55-year-old Antonio Lilman Daniel. And this ball again looks in by a few inches.
Yeah, there we have it. This is why we have the technology.
The ball is good, Mr.
And especially at the speed to which Daniel hits the ball, we need the technology to properly adjudicate some of these shots.
To Mark
Griffith with ball in hand.
9.
20 serving to 9.
Dead ball. Game
And there you have it, Mark Griffith winning his second game, 21-9, after winning the first one, 21-9. So that's 2 sows or 2 pigs. And for those of you who do not know what that expression means, it's when a player is beaten under the number of 10. It's supposed to be an embarrassment.
Mark Venom Griffith takes
So Mark Griffith winning the first game 21-9. Antonio Lilman Daniel, the most explosive road tennis player, winning the second game 21-14. And Mark Venom Griffith winning the third game 21-9. Who will take away this 4th game? If Mark Venom Griffith wins it, he will advance to the finals to meet Dario Hinds. And if Antonio Lilman Daniel should win this game, then we will have a 5th and deciding game as to who will advance to the finals of this Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024.
Yeah, that's the big question. Can Daniel force a game at number 5? Or will it be more of the same from Mark Griffith? Love serving love now in game number 4.
I'm not sure if that particular ball is in. Well, it's called away. And I'm not sure if Daniel will want to use his one of two appeals so early, and he does. So it's appeal. I'm not sure if that's a wise thing to do, to appeal so early in this particular game, but he's extremely confident that the ball was in, so he uses his appeal.
I was actually looking at the reaction of Mark Griffith, as initially that reaction appeared as if the ball might have been in.
I was saying the same. As a matter of fact, Mark Griffith Sr. clapped at the shot, suggesting that he also saw it in. And I'm not sure how important that particular point would be in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, in fact, quite easily in as well.
Ball is in. Griffith seems to be very disappointed. Love serving to 1 in this 4th game. Oh, again, Daniel showcasing that backarm drive after sending Griffith far and wide into the forearm. Very intelligent selection in terms of shots. 1 serving to 2. Nice bunk serve. With Griffith returning that ball way too high for the powerful arm of Daniel. Not the smartest move.
Well, we came into this saying that he's not dropped a game. He's dropped 1 so far, Mark Griffith. Could it be a case if he drops 2? Service change now at 3 serving to 2.
And I can tell you that Griffith does not want Daniel to gain momentum in this game. For example, if Daniel were to win this game and it's locked at 2-all, you will see the most explosive game of road tennis for the night. Daniel will not give up victory after a 2-all draw, that I know. 3 serving to 3 though. Powerful serve. And a powerful shot. Not a man move. Clapping is his coach, Dayton Roach. This man has been coaching Daniel for some 30 years.
I can't imagine what the celebrations would be like in this gymnasium if Antonio Lilman Daniel, against the odds, is to pull off victory here.
4-3.
And I'll tell you, that would shock the world of road tennis, but it's not impossible, especially with serves like that. Serves that put his opponents under tremendous pressure, and then if they do return them, it's a powerful passing shot.
Well, he would consider that to be an error there.
5 serving to 4.
Service change now at 4 serving to 6.
And Griffith's strategy of wearing down players, I'm not sure how that strategy is working here tonight, especially in this particular game. It worked well for 2 games so far, winning 21-9, 21-9. 4 serving to 6 though in this 4th game. Inside out.
Just goes long on that occasion. Yeah, a moment of anguish for him. 5 serving 6.
And I'll tell you a bit of history as it relates to the monetary gains in this particular sport. Back in the day, the Banks tournament would have been played for around $200, and Antonio Little Man Daniel was the first road tennis player to gain a check of $10,000. Look at that return from the man they dubbed the Android, Mark Venom Griffith. What a return down the court. No answer whatsoever from Daniel. Daniel winning $10,000 back in the day, but now he's vying for that $20,000 purse. Seems like there's a bit of controversy. 6 serving to 6. Very determined and focused looking Griffith. Peers down his opponent, Daniel. 6 serving to 6. Oh, the ball is out. 7-6. Griffith taking a while to call that one. That's Griffith in the chair. And again, he tries for the same shot, and it goes wide of the court. This court is a 21 by 10. That's the official size of a road tennis court, with an 8-inch net made of wood in the middle.
A bit of momentum going the way now of Mark Griffith. His service has been deadly. What can he do here now, Daniel?
Well, there's only one thing he can do, is attack all the way. Do what he does best. Just there's a warning from
6-9.
Griffith in the chair. 6 serving to 9.
Goes long on that one as well.
6-10.
6 serving to 10.
Opens up a 4-point cushion now, does Griffith.
7-10.
7 serving to 10. A nice 3-point cushion. Griffith is holding against Daniel, but what a shot.
10.
Pacing the court, painting that back line with exquisite delight. And as I mentioned earlier, Joel, Antonio Little Man Daniel has to be fit enough to continuously hit balls at the world's #1 player, Mark Venom Griffith. If he wins this year, it means he has pocketed some $60,000 in road tennis in the last 3 years.
12-8.
12 now serving to 8. He's in the seat of ascendancy. A nice 4-point cushion. And he serves quite confidently. Oh, ho, ho. What a shot from Daniel. Back foot in the ear. He leans forward and he strikes that ball. It's like a Brian Lara stroke back in the day.
12-9.
12 serving 9. Does Daniels have enough gas left in the tank?
Well, that's a smart shot. Piercing the lane. Giving Griffith lots of difficulty. Throwing him to the ground, as a matter of fact. But Daniel bends over, catching his breath.
12-10.
A 12 serving to 10. 11, 12, 11. And does Daniel have what it takes to stand in front of the man who has won the 2022 and 2023 Barbados Road Tennis Open? What a shot. And that is a close call. 12 serving to 12. It's shots like that that has given Antonio Lilman Daniel his 30+ victories and tournament wins over the years. Mark Venom Griffith with 15 years and 15 titles. Antonio Lilman Daniel with over 30 years and just over 30 titles. These men winning a title per year based on the stats. 12 serving to 12.
Well, service change now at 12 serving 13.
Mark Griffith winning the first game 21-9. Antonio Lilman Daniel winning the second game 21-14. Mark Griffith winning the third game 21-9. And now we are into the fourth game with Antonio Daniel with ball in hand, serving 12 to 13.
It's going to take willpower. Does he have it in him? Another error you would probably say from Daniel. 12-14. A very important moment.
And that ball returned but a few inches away from the court by Griffith. 13 serving to 14. And this fourth game is extremely important, as you would imagine, Joel. The winner of this game will either advance to the finals or be in winner's row. Look at that angle, though. Griffith appealing it, but it had looked good to me. But with that particular angle, I'm not surprised that Griffith will call for a review. That angle was extremely deep, just behind the net. As a matter of fact, in road tennis, they say only the left-handers can play those, the southpaws.
Well, it's all happening here in this second semi-final into game number 4 of it. It has lived up to everything that we've expected. We've seen shots, we've seen counter-attacks, and we've seen road tennis brilliance, all here in semi-final number 2. As we wait to get that review, gives Antonio Lilman Daniel a chance to get a bit of rest. Also, you can see Pa Roach having a conversation with him as well, just lighting the fire underneath him, letting him know that he's still there, he's still in this fight. Can he get to the end of game number 4 and win it, and then find something deep and deeper within to get a game number 5 going for him?
And I'll tell you, earlier we mentioned the 30+ years that Dayton Pa Roach has been coaching Antonio Lilman Daniel, and it is said that back in the day,
yeah, well in that one.
That one is in, but back in the day, he would put Daniel at the back of his motorcycle and ride around Barbados challenging players. He had that faith in Daniel back in the day, some 30-something years. As a matter of fact, some 40-something years, as Daniel took a 10-year break from road tennis.
Well, all forms of advice coming right here. 14 all here in game number 4. Oh, what a night we're having. Make that 15 serving 14. His service has been the difference maker here.
And it usually is. He would always serve a tricky serve to get back a certain return, like that one. Ooh, that's an important point. 15 now serving to 15. Daniel will want to make sure that he gets 3 or 4 of these serves to stay relevant in this 4th game, as Daniel will take the last serve in the natural course of the game.
Well, he's got the first point of the serve. 15 serving 16, tense times here and nervous moments almost. Are we going to a game 5? Oh, he's now got the first 2 points of the service. What is going through that man's mind?
Concern in the face of Griffith. 15 serving to 17. Daniel with a 2-point lead, and the last serve. This is never good for an opponent.
Can he get one more out of this?
The 17 all.
This is the point that matters. This is the moment. And it goes to Mark Griffith. You might say a slight advantage there.
I would say that. I would say that. But with Daniel, I can guarantee you, these next 5 serves will be attacking shots coming after. They will be accompanied by attacking shots. That's the type of player he is. Do or die. Do or die. 17-18. Daniel giving up a very important 2-point lead to his detriment, as it is now 17 serving to 19. Griffith with 2 points away from advancing to the finals to meet Dario HINDS. What a shot. How is it? How is it? The speed of that particular shot leaves the crowd here bewildered, lost, and confused. He has no more appeals, so it's up to Christopher Griffith in the chair to call this one.
17-19 is where we stand.
Christopher Griffith, the call is up to you. As a matter of fact, it appears as though he had one more. My correction.
And that ball is in, hits onto that white line.
Mr. Griffith, the ball is in. You have no more challenges.
No challenges left now.
Griffith is out of appeals. 18 serving to 19. And that one is out by a margin. Griffith is screaming. 18 now serving to 20. The crowd here is beginning to stand. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Venom Griffith, the winner of the 2022 and 2023 Barbados Road Tennis Open, has now advanced to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2024. It's 5-all in games over the years.
And that brings to an end tonight's proceedings.
Well, you get
Semi-final action,
to him
Barbados
right
Road
here.
Tennis Open
This was a big
2024.
night for
I
him,
want
a
to
big
see
moment.
each and every
In a
one
way,
of you
this
back
could have
here
been
on
his
Sunday
final.
night.
The emotions, you don't see him celebrating like that in the semi-final ever, Mark Griffith. It's usually an easy contest for him, but tonight he's been made to work. He's been made to work hard. And in the end, he loves the result.
I'll tell you, Joel, I spoke to Griffith today, and I can tell you that he said to me he is looking to equal the score. He never once said he's looking to advance to the finals. For him, This is a historical moment where all of his emotions are concerned. He wanted to beat Antonio Lil Man Daniel. It's now 5-all in competitive games, and we're going to hear from Mark Venom Griffith shortly.
Yeah, he certainly has a lot to say, Mark Venom Griffith, after a victory like that. Well, our two finalists are decided for the men's category. It is going to be Mark Venom Griffith taking on Dario Hinds come September the 22nd. That is Sunday night right here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Well, what a night of road tennis action. It was 21-9 to Mark Venom Griffith in game number 1. 21-14 was the comeback. And then 21-9 and 21-18 in the end. Mark, a pleasure to have you alongside of me. Talk to me tonight about what it was like to win here in what was the semi-final.
Well, first and foremost, let me say thanks to the Almighty Father God for giving me the health and strength to be here tonight. I want to say thanks to all those that has tuned in. And words cannot describe the way that I feel here tonight, because Anton has stopped me in Seville from repeating, and I know I'm on my way trying to repeat here again in the BRTO for 2024. So I did not sleep at all last night. It was on my mind throughout the whole entire day as I worked. But I know that I'm a fighter, and I came here to give blood, sweat, and tears tonight on the court, and I made sure that even if I lost here tonight, that I left nothing to question. Kudos to Anton, he always brings out the best in me. And thanks to all the spectators that came out here tonight and made it all possible. Also the sponsors, Nation News, Digicel, BH and Pure. And also my major sponsor, Scotty Car Rentals. Thank you for believing in me and putting your logo on my back here tonight.
In a way, would you say that tonight was somewhat your final?
Yes, just similar to last year where I played Imar Edwards at the quarterfinals. I believe that this would be the finals before the finals. Not saying that I am discrediting Mr. Dario Hinds, but I believe that Dario would be an easier battle than Mr. Daniel, because Daniel is one that is the most explosive player that I have played throughout my whole entire career. And I even try to emulate him at times, but he's a special kind of talent. I don't think in any time soon we would ever see another Anton Little Man Daniel. The world of road tennis is blessed to have him.
Well, Mark, I want to say congratulations to you and all the best come Sunday in that final.
Okay, thank you, and I wish everyone a safe trip home, and I look forward to seeing you all guys come the 22nd of September for the finals. Our game, our thing. Road tennis, change lives.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. And well, there you have it, guys. That is it from semi-final night. That is the end of proceedings, and we have our finalists. We see you back here on Sunday the 22nd of September for the Barbados Road Tennis Open Finals. What a night that will be. Until then, it's goodbye and good night. Gentlemen, until Sunday.
Alright, Sandra Joel.
You see the one that the out is when they ain't show nobody. The one ball that they said that was out, they ain't show nobody. All the rest of all the balls